If you're just joining us, Rudy Giuliani is sweating his face off, explaining to us why Trump really won the election.
Republican inspectors. Every state. Almost every approved this. It's thrown away. Gone for eternity.
Is this a skit?
The only thing left is to have been a dead person. That could have been not filled out properly.
Wait, he's saying there was a dead person in the envelope? Rudy's about to have actual drops of sweat coming off of his brow. I mean, is this a normal amount? I don't know how hot it is in the room, but something seems very wrong here.
All be in the lawsuit that comes out tomorrow.
Rudy's melting.
Arizona is a state that we're looking at very, very carefully.
Strongly looking at it.
I would say we're probably, I assume,
God.
if she's working for the...
Go.
I'd like to read them all to you, but I don't have the time. You should have had the time and energy to go look for them.
Uh-oh. Mangoes?
My bag of mangoes.
Uh-oh. I love mangoes too.
9 cents. Okay. Now that we are up under Biden's regime, my bag of mangoes now costs $11.99.
That seems like a pretty good deal. A bag of mangoes? Aren't mangoes like $3 each? That's it. I want what, $8 or $11? That sounds good.
The American people will lie. And highway robbery is what you're doing. Bring my mangoes back down. My bag of mangoes. My bag of mangoes.
Mangoes?
My bag of mangoes. Bring my mangoes back down. Raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of fruit. Bring my mangoes back down.
The Wisconsin crowd identified with the mangoes.
Disproportionately affected the American people. Don't want me to be healthy. Healthy. Don't want me to be healthy. It's highway robbery is what you're doing. Don't raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of fruit. Don't raise the price of
Mangoes? Welcome, everybody. We're standing by imminently for the sentencing of the 3 men convicted in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. We covered this case at the conclusion of the Rittenhouse case. You might remember we went right into the Arbery case, and all 3 men were convicted, and we are now just moments away from their sentencing. These are serious crimes, and we're expecting serious sentences, to be perfectly honest with you. Just as a reminder, the guilty verdicts were read about 5 weeks ago.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and address each one of these verdict forms separately. The first verdict form I have is the state of Georgia versus Travis McMichael. Mr. McMichael, please stand. Verdict is as follows. In the Superior Court of Glenn County, state of Georgia, the state of Georgia versus Travis McMichael, case number CR 000433. Jury verdict form. Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Travis McMichael, guilty. I'm going to ask that whoever just made an outburst be removed from the court, please.
All right, so we're not going to watch the entire thing because this is about to start, but just a reminder, those are the guilty verdicts that we are talking about, and imminently we are going to get the sentences, and we are monitoring 4 different feeds for you, and one is already live in the room. We're going to see what sort of sentences these are, and it's expected to be pretty serious. If you have thoughts, Super Chats are live on screen. There just aren't any. We've got a temporary solution to the systemic problem with Super Chat, but they will show up over there at a certain point. I want to say thank you to Indeciso for the Twitch Prime subscription. You're number 1 today. By the way, I do want to say this is a serious thing. Yesterday was our biggest day on YouTube since January 18th of 2021, almost a year. The biggest day we had on YouTube yesterday, an incredible day, and many of you were here for the January 6th anniversary stream. We also had like 3 or 4 different clips do very, very well. And from what I'm looking at here, 2 million views in one day on YouTube yesterday, and that is the biggest day since, let me see if this is right. January 18th. Yeah. January 18th. Wow. So I really very much appreciate that. There's someone saying, David, are you going to talk about how January 6th wasn't an insurrection? This is the first time they've ever chatted. They've only been following since a minute ago, and they are immediately banned. I can just tell we just don't need you here. You can move along and troll elsewhere. I also want to say thanks to Jen here on Twitch for the gift of a Twitch subscription. Very, very much appreciate that. Again, if you're just joining us, we are standing by for the sentencing of the 3 men already convicted in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. We have some live updates from CNN here. Let's see what we have. Attorney for one of the killers praises the judge on his way to the sentencing hearing. Okay. I have no doubt he will give Roddy Bryan the individualized sentence that he deserved. That's Kevin Guff told reporters. Guff said he plans on filing some motions regarding the sentencing ahead of the hearing, challenging the court's ability to sentence to life in prison. That's going to be interesting to hear as well. Bryan is one of 3 men convicted. Travis McMichael and Gregory McMichael will be sentenced today alongside Bryan. Ahmaud Arbery's mother says there's nothing the defendants can say that would make me feel better. That is understandable. I really don't want to hear anything from Travis. I really don't want to hear anything from either defendants. There's nothing they can tell me today that would make me feel better. I miss Ahmaud more and more each day. This is going to be intense. This is going to be intense, and we are now, looks like we're getting very, very close to the start of this. Let's see if there's any audio in the room. Not quite yet. But if you have thoughts, feel free to send them. I also want to say thank you to Bob Zilla with a Twitch Prime subscription. Really appreciate that over there. What coupon codes are available? That's a good question. Well, one coupon code that's available is right above my head, and it's Obamna. Obamna. If you're wondering where that came from, these are the oranges of Obamna.
If Ted doesn't win, your Second Amendment's going to be in trouble. Big trouble. Remember that. O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obamna amnesty.
Okay, so that's the origin of that, and it's hard to watch that and not be extremely triggered. But you can use that code on my website. Gamer Pigeon says, David, check out Dr. John Campbell on YouTube. He does daily data analysis of Omicron. Yeah, I know about Dr. John Campbell. And important, by the way, I say this not as a joke. Dr. John Campbell is not a medical doctor. I'm not saying that to validate or invalidate anything he says. It's just a fact. He is not a medical doctor. It's binary. You either are a medical doctor or you are not. And he is not. And he does some good videos. He seemed to go in a little heavy on ivermectin, and make of it what you will. He's just not a medical doctor, and that's a fact that is not something we can deny at this point in time. I want to say thanks to Jen here for gifting another subscription via Twitch. Thank you very much, Jen. Will I give a free clothing item to the first person to sign up on my website? Sure. Yeah, sure. First person to sign up at joinpacman.com. You can get a free item from my online store. I thought Obamna was from Melina's stream. Very much not. Melina took it from Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell II, who took it from me. It was felony meme jacking. Felony meme jacking took place there. Thanks to Pillar01 for the Twitch Prime subscription. Very much appreciate that as well. Other super chats? No, not quite yet. There's people arguing in the chat about whether Dr. John Campbell is a medical doctor. Guys, he doesn't even claim to be a medical doctor. He's just not a medic. It's not a big deal. Doesn't mean he's right or wrong. He's just not a medical doctor. Some people are medical doctors and some people are not. Geez, it's like everybody's getting so bent out of shape over it. Wild, wild, wild times. Okay, if you're just joining us, you haven't missed anything. We're standing by for the sentencing of the 3 men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. Those men are, I always forget the names, Travis McMichael and his father, Gregory McMichael, and Roddy Bryan. Roddy Bryan was the neighbor, also convicted. Other super chats. William Hanchy sending a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Right. It's like we don't need to give a list of everybody who's not a medical doctor. Just some people aren't medical doctors, and that's fine. There are many different professions that people can have. Okay. I want to say thank you to Ryan Bell. Ryan just signed up on my website using the coupon code Obamna. And his new member number 6. Ryan, you get a free item from my online store. Check out davidpakman.com/gear. Pick out what you like. Email info@davidpakman.com, and we will get that out to you. Also, thanks to Kay Gouldy for gifting a subscription. Upcoming streams. By the way, Dr. John Campbell, also not a doctor of economics. Okay, so just another thing to mention. Upcoming streams. Oh, hold on. Gio says, good morning, sir. Have you seen the Tucker Ted interview? It was a bloodbath. I saw a little bit of it. Yeah. In fact, let me send myself a note right now for covering it Monday, because I've already filmed the today's show. Tucker Ted Cruz interview. It almost seems like in the interview, the dynamics are that Tucker is sort of like the alpha. Did you guys get that impression where Ted Cruz is sort of subservient to Tucker in a lot of different ways? Steven says hi from Westchester, New York. Great to hear from you, Steven. Very, very glad to have you here. Okay, upcoming streams. Tuesday, January 11, 6 p.m. will be the David Pakman Chess Tournament. You can pre-register just by joining our club on chess.com at davidpakman.com/chess. Here it is, about 150 additional people joining the club in the last day. Open to everybody, very casual. As long as you know how the pieces move, you can play. You'll be matched up against people of your skill level. It's going to be fun. That's 6 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, January 11th. And then next Saturday, we are going to be covering this completely harebrained rally in Arizona, where Donald Trump will be speaking, expected to make some major announcements, as well as people like Michael Flynn. I don't know if Pillow is speaking, but there's going to be a bunch of people. So that'll be on the Saturday, January 15th. And between now and then, we're going to have other streams as well. Cryptogram says, sir, do you have any predictions for what sentences will be? No, I don't. We're going to know very soon, and it seems imprudent to guess. David, I want to say thanks to all the great job you've been doing. Keep it up. Thank you, Gene. Very much appreciate that. Very, very much appreciate that. When is it starting? Right now. Right now. It's happening right now. We've got multiple streams here that we are monitoring. It's happening right now. Thanks to Crystal Drama Free for resubbing via Twitch. I very much appreciate that. You're number 8 today. Did I see the Channel 5 QAnon Shaman jail interview? I did, and it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. Hold on. Did I have anything else for you guys? Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, there's a bunch of Republicans that are still just sort of like siding with the rioters. Here's Josh Hawley on Fox News earlier this morning.
And let me just say this. It is a constitutional right to engage in peaceful political demonstrations. And the thousands, tens of thousands of people who came to Washington last January 6th and have now been harassed by the FBI, have had people knock on their doors that threaten them. That is crazy. And it's
funny because these people don't care about that at all. And 700 people were charged. 700 people were charged. It's disgusting. They're on the side of the rioters, guys.
It is wrong. It is wrong to go after law-abiding citizens who are...
Right, and 700 people have been charged for crimes based on the evidence, and that is perfectly legal. Peaceful. It's like, okay, they're like, well, the people that just went to the Trump rally and then went home shouldn't be, they are law-abiding. Right, but they also haven't been charged. They've been harassed. Okay, give a specific example. Some people have been questioned and interviewed for sure, but they've not been charged. These people are truly, truly unbelievable. Okay. Thanks very much. Do I have, yeah, let's do a couple voicemails because it's been so long since I've been able to do voicemails. I've got 700 unlistened to voicemails. I do have one from Whitney to kick off the year.
So I was doing different combinations with the Myers-Briggs test, and I just came up with some really interesting equations and observations. So some of these like combinations are the same, so I like grouped them together. There's like INTJ, ENTJ, ISFP.
Oof. Okay, it's too early in the morning for that. Here's another caller.
Hi, David. Or David's team. So I was in watching the live stream yesterday, and I saw some people in the chat talking about how the member videos aren't showing up, the newer ones. And admittedly,
yeah, it's 2022, so you got to switch on the website. I don't know how many of you know that we have a membership program on our website. I mention it so infrequently that most of you probably haven't heard of that. But one of the great benefits of it is you get the full show 6 hours earlier instead of having to wait for piecemeal clips. Like instead of the crumbs, you get the meat or the cake, we might say. Because it is now 2022, you do have to look under the 2022 section for the 2022 content. The 2021 content is under 2021. The 2022 content is under 2022. Just so people know. Let's see what else we have from the standpoint of callers. Oh, hold on. Other super chats coming in. How do you think the Supreme Court will rule regarding vaccine mandates? Thanks from Rally. LeBron is the GOAT. David Pacman is the GOAT. I don't know. I'm anxious to see, and we may switch to that after this. I do have that stream here.
All people from coming into the workplace. I think that is.
So we are going to switch over to that after the sentencing, but we are handling the sentencing first, lest anyone be concerned that we are not going to get to that. Oh no. Okay, let me clarify because I'm seeing confusion here. If you use a discount code on my website, you don't get a free t-shirt, okay? So the t-shirts cost us, I think it's like $17. You know, we don't make a lot of money on the t-shirts. I think we make $7. If you only pay $1.80 a month for a membership, I can't give you a free t-shirt because we lose money. You know, we are trying to fundraise here, not fund deplete. So if you want a free t-shirt, get a membership at full price for the year. It's $60. I'll send you a free t-shirt. If you use a discount code like Obama or WOW22, that's great, but we can't also give you the free t-shirt because then we just lose money. And you can't be wearing a t-shirt when you use any of these codes. That's exactly right. You have to be wearing sweatshirts or sweaters. Otherwise, right, I know. How dare I not lose money on every membership? I should be losing 12. Every time someone signs up, we should be losing $12. That's fair. That seems perfectly reasonable and sensible. Okay. Why hasn't it started? Guys, I don't know. It was scheduled for 10. There's clearly people in the room. We will get to the Supreme Court after the fact. Dear God. Should be any minute. Everybody relax. Everybody relax. Okay, a few other super chats. I'm sorry, voicemails. Let's see what we got here.
Well, there you go again with your news of people against vaccines dying.
Troy York is so mushmouth, I can barely understand what he ever says.
I don't believe it. I think it's all lies. The actual dangers are not people being unvaccinated. The actual dangers are the psychopaths in the media and government who want to jab everyone in the arm. This is what is a real issue. You are a propagandist hack.
Propagandist?
You are a scumbag.
I am a scumbag, but I'm not a propagandist.
You're celebrating these deaths who, for all we know, these people may have been murdered.
No. Every time I talk about an anti-vax person who has died, I say I find it sad. I don't celebrate it. Unfortunately, we're going to have to move on because other than calling me a scumbag, everything else in that voicemail is completely untrue. Completely untrue. Oh, hold on a second. I think we have to. I think we have to ban a few people. Man, there's just a lot of trolls here today. It's really disappointing. Oh, man. Oh, do I have any unbans? That's a fair question. Let me take a look at that. Yes, I do. So let's see here. A user came in and said, a user using the username Hillary R. Clinton came in and said, Fauci had a lab in Wuhan that tested gain of function years before and was never disclosed. Thanks, CNN. Trump is likely a black hat pretending to be a white hat. The white hats are winning the battle. So it's all coming out regarding voting recalls and the illegitimacy of the election. They were banned for spreading election disinformation. And then their unban request is simply the word weak. So that is going to be a permaban. Man, there's a lot of really, really toxic people out there. Very, very toxic. It's like not even interesting, you know? Okay.
Dave Packman, here's a better analogy than your suit of armor. A suit of armor.
No, we're off Troy York. Let's see what else we got here.
David, what do you call...
He just keeps calling in. My God.
David Packman, I have my beer.
Okay, he just won't stop calling in. Agunil says Troy York sounds like he pops a handful of benzos before calling. Well, he said here that he's drinking alcohol. Or agahol, as some of our callers pronounce it. Yeah, I don't know what else to make of it. I do feel stupider for listening. Let's listen to a normal voicemail, okay? Let's see. See what this is up to. Ooh, normal voicemail not playing. Let me refresh here. Here we go.
Hi, David. This is an anonymous tip. The wood chipper and the leaf blower sounds are actually a plot by the deep state to try to disrupt your broadcast.
Yeah, that I agree with.
Your broadcast was totally unwatchable. I couldn't hear the sounds, but I knew I could see the irritation on you, and I couldn't watch 1 second of the broadcast, just the way the deep state intended.
Yep, no, that's totally sensible.
Sir.
Yep, very, very good. That's a powerful voicemail. Really good point. David, how have you been managing your mental health during the pandemic? Basically fine, yeah. I mean, I take long walks on the beach and go out every day and do my stuff, take weekends off from politics. I'd say pretty well overall. Yeah, right. The deep state went after me, but I'm part of the deep state. That's true.
Mike Pillow said the subpoena is corrupt. I wasn't even in the Capitol on the 6th. That doesn't sound like a very good legal argument to me. I mean, in fact...
Yes, you're right. Mike Pillow's legal arguments are not typically substantive. I completely agree with you. Let's see what else we've got here.
You know, Pac-Man,
this is the San Antonio troll.
You for a very long time, and I try like every year to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, a new year, I'm gonna watch some Pac-Man, and maybe, I try hard to like you, man. But you are just a bloodthirsty maniac. You were crossing your fingers that something happened. There was a riot or something today on the anniversary of the worst attack in human history, or whatever the hell you...
Did anyone who watched yesterday's stream come away with the impression that I wanted there to be a riot? Does anybody remember that part of the stream? I don't remember that. This guy seems very, very obsessed with me.
At a pass it as, because it wasn't the worst attack in human history, not even close. It's not even an attack. It was a bunch of rioters.
Again, this guy is known for calling in and criticizing me for things I never said. I never called it the worst attack in human history. It's very weird.
A bunch of morons. But you play it up to be that there was this massive, catastrophe, that's 1,000 times worse than 9/11, 1,000 times.
That's not this show. No. So the thing about the San Antonio troll is he calls in and criticizes me for things that I've never said and that aren't on this show. John asking via Super Chat, what are you thinking about Ted Cruz letting Tucker Carlson cuck him out on his show yesterday? It was pretty wild. Let's see if I can find a clip. Tucker, Ted Cruz. We'll watch like one clip here as we wait.
Last night, I sent you a text shortly thereafter and said, listen, I'd like to go on because the way I phrased things yesterday, it was sloppy and it was frankly dumb.
And so here is Ted Cruz doing his mea culpa to Tucker. He's got to get back on Tucker's good side. Look at Tucker's face, by the way.
I don't buy that. Whoa. I don't buy that. Look, I've known you a long time, since before you went to the Senate. You were a Supreme Court contender. You take words as seriously as any man who's ever served in the Senate.
That's a lie.
And every word, you repeated that phrase. I do not believe that you used that accidentally. I just don't.
So, Tucker, as a result of my sloppy phrasing, it's caused a lot of people to misunderstand what I meant. Let me tell you what I meant to say. Please. What I was referring to...
I guess also I would want an explanation as to why he was unable to say what he meant to say. Did something affect him yesterday where he tried to say one thing and he couldn't? Like, that's... I meant to say something different. Well, but why didn't you?
Are the limited number of people who engaged in violent attacks against police officers. Now, I think you and I both agree that if you assault a police officer, you should go to jail. That's who I was talking about. And
Does Tucker agree with that? I think it depends what the police officer is doing and whether the person doing the attacking is a Trumpist.
The reason the phrasing was sloppy is I have talked dozens, if not hundreds of times. I've drawn a distinction. I wasn't saying that the thousands of peaceful protesters supporting Donald Trump are somehow terrorists. I wasn't saying the millions of patriots across the country supporting President Trump are terrorists.
No one thought that's what he was saying. That's the funny thing.
And that's what a lot of people have misunderstood that comment.
Wait a second, but hold on. What you just said doesn't make sense. So if somebody assaults...
Right, Tucker is correctly realizing that Ted Cruz is lying, and he's now just changing his tune because a lot of people didn't like it. Tucker is right about that.
Cop, he should be charged and go to jail. I couldn't agree more. We have said that for years. But that person's still not a terrorist. How many people have been charged with terrorism on January 6th? Like, why'd you use that word? You're playing into the other side's characterization that, as Joe Kent just explained, allows them to define an entire population as foreign combatants. And you know,
by the way, it's really common that people who commit what we colloquially refer to as terrorist attacks, after 2 years of going through the court system, it's very common that they're not charged with terrorism. That doesn't really tell us anything about whether we characterize it as a terrorist act. It's neither here nor there. It doesn't prove or disprove anything.
So why'd you do it?
So Tucker, let me answer you directly. The reason I use that word, for a decade, I have referred to people who violently assault police officers as terrorists. I've done so over and over and over again. If you look at all the assaults we've seen across the country, I've called that terrorism over and over again. That being said, Tucker, I agree with you. It was a mistake to say that yesterday, and the reason is what you just said.
I'm sorry, Tucker. Please take me back. I want to keep texting you.
Which is, we've now had a year of Democrats in the media twisting words and trying to say that all of us are terrorists, trying to say,
but that's not what happened here.
You're a terrorist, I'm a terrorist. And so, look, I don't like people who assault cops, and I stand up and defend cops. And
it's not what this is about, really. So anyway, yeah, total cuckoldry there. I mean, it's really shocking the degree to which Ted Cruz is completely subservient to Tucker. Very, very interesting. Definition of terrorism: the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. I mean, yeah, but by that definition. David, on your soundboard, you have the judge saying something about warm food. What is he saying? Oh, yeah. Let's see. I think it's here. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Some of these seem to be, something's wrong with some of my, soundboard things.
By the way, how are the calzones? But we have Subway tomorrow. The food is here.
Yeah, some of them are messed up.
Let's take a break. Lunch is here. Pizza is here. Whatever you do, make sure you go to the bathroom somewhere other than the courtroom.
Yeah. Warm food at noon is not working. I'm going to need to get it. Sometimes like weirdly named files end up glitching. It's very strange. Very, very strange. Welcome, everybody. If you're just joining us as we are about to crest the bottom of the hour, we are standing by for the sentencing of the 3 men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. They have all been convicted. That was on November 24th. It was right before the Thanksgiving holiday. Today, Brian McMichael, Travis McMichael, and Roddy Bryan will be sentenced. It is going to be any moment. We're expecting motions from that wacky attorney, Kevin Guff, who talked about Colonel Sanders and black pastors in church. I'm sorry, not in church. In church, it would be where you would expect to see them. In the courthouse, that is going to be momentarily. That's really it. I don't know what else there is to say. That's kind of where we are right now. If you are joining and watching on YouTube, you can send me your thoughts about what you expect the sentence to be via a super chat. It'll show up highlighted in green or orange, or even if you send like a big boy super chat, it would be in red. Red is hard to get to. It's tough to achieve red. And of course, I invite you to sign up on my website and support the work we are doing. We are recommitting to very many live streams as we are now in an election year. Yesterday, we had our biggest day on YouTube dating all the way back to January 18th of 2021, which is incredible, incredible. Jesse says, trying this again, you missed my second super chat. Thanks for your work. I only ask you to invest a moment to learn how to pronounce Raleigh. It's Raleigh, isn't it? Raleigh? It's like a raw leg. That's how I was taught to pronounce it. In Belgium, where I grew up. Tammy Sexton has just signed up at joinpacman.com. Thank you, Tammy. So 3 options available. You sign up and you pay full price, and then you just feel great about yourself, and you can get a free t-shirt if you pay for the year all at once. You can use the coupon code OBAMNA. Or you can use the new coupon code for the year, WOW22. And of course, you know, the crazy thing is, we were talking about this, having a very, very big discussion of this recently. We have had basically every revenue source go to zero before. If you remember Adpocalypse 1.0 and the very, very low rent sequel, Adpocalypse 2.0, we had YouTube revenue go to zero overnight. If you remember the Twitch bans, once for showing a debate, and it was a copyright related element, once for showing the Rittenhouse trial and a gory exhibit, we have had Twitch revenue go to zero. If you remember the Facebook debacle, where we were just banned from posting anything to Facebook, I don't even remember why at this point in time. The only revenue source that's really protected is the one where we eliminate anybody between you and me, which is our website. And so that's why we talk about signing up at joinpacman.com. And I really appreciate everybody who has. We also are including Twitch subscriptions here in our path to 100. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can sign up for Twitch Prime at no cost to you. We get a little money from Bezos. You take a few bucks from Bezos and you send it to us. It costs you nothing. And so GoFa just used their Amazon Twitch Prime subscription here, and that moves us to number 10, which is exciting. Derek Gray says, elements of bathrooms, please. Let me see if I have elements of bathrooms on my soundboard.
Elements of bathrooms.
Exactly. Thanks to Rosinantis for the Twitch Prime subscription, putting us at 11. 11 is a beautiful number. Will I be updating the soundboard for 2022? Absolutely. Absolutely. I have, you know, one thing I have not, wait, what's this? Globalist, internationalist, Trotskyite socialists, unlike Obama, Trudeau, Macron, and the rest of these Zio beasts. That's my Alex Jones impression, which I have. I do have a lot of new things on here, which I've not necessarily been using. I have an entire George W. Bush section.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Exactly. Let's do one other George W. Bush one. See what I got here.
And one of the things I've used on the Google is to pull up maps.
Exactly. So we have that. I have a couple different ones here. Jeffrey asks about massive dumps. Yeah, I have a whole dumps section, actually.
Big, massive dumps. And what happened, if you watched the election, I was called by the biggest people saying, congratulations, political people. Congratulations, sir, you just won the election. It was 10 o'clock, and you looked at the numbers, and I'm sure you felt that way. This election was over, and then they did dumps. They call them dumps, big, massive dumps.
Exactly. So that's a pretty full-on section. Charlie says, your Alex Jones sounds like Bernie. I don't hear that at all. Let me see. Globalist, internationalist, Trotskyite socialists, unlike Obama, Trudeau, Macron, and the rest of these Zio beasts. Yeah. I do have the nuclear stuff.
Nuclear proliferation.
That's really good.
Nuclear proliferation.
That's a good one.
Nuclear proliferation, nuclear energy, nuclear facilities. Too many OBGYNs aren't able to practice their love with women all across this country.
Yeah, that's a very, very sad thing. I want to say thank you to Darth, Evan, and Jen here for the 2 Twitch Prime subscriptions. Really appreciate that. Let's see what else we've got here. David, can you use Trump's speech tracker to find the source of Bigly or perhaps Big League? Oh, that's not a bad idea. Let's see. Fact-based Trump search. Here it is. Let's see. If I type in Bigly, would we be able to find the origin of that? Let's see. Here it is, I think.
A lot of people. That's a lot of jobs. And when we want to compete with other countries, we better not think that way because we are losing out big league.
Big League. I'm hearing Big League there. I don't think he's saying Bigly. I think he's actually saying Big League. Let's see if there's other ones. Let's see here.
I'm just curious. What is the future of the Apprentice franchise going to be going forward?
This would be tough to find because it's a 10-minute audio. We are lowering. Now let's see what he says here. I can't. Let's see.
Coming in. What's your message to them?
Well, I think I've really solved that because, you know, the election was not long ago and we had a great victory. We had a victory that nobody thought was possible, 306. Remember, they said there is no path to 270 for Trump. Trump can't win because there's no path. And I kept going up to Maine, where Maine had won, and we won it. But we didn't need it because we won Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Florida. We won so many, North Carolina. So, you know, I really focused very heavily on the Latino community or the Hispanic community. And it was something that I'm very proud of. I'm very proud of the numbers we got. They want protection and they want jobs.
This seems like it might be the wrong time code. Better not think that. Yeah. Oh, no, hold on. I think we are getting to it, actually.
To take place.
Oh, this isn't even the right one. Hold on. Let me go back to it. Here we go.
And they don't want people pouring across the border that they have no idea who they are. And one of the reasons I did so well with the Hispanic community is the fact that they do want jobs and they do want protection, and they know that I'm going to take care of that. And I've already been producing the jobs because Ford and General Motors and many other companies, even Fiat Chrysler in terms of the car companies, but so many other types of companies, they're pouring back into our country now. They want to be here, lower taxes.
Remember how all of these things were lies? Anyway, so yeah, it does seem like Trump actually says Big League, not Big Lee. But they're both funny. Here is the judge, folks. Here we go. Thanks to Throne Alive and Frascum and Misco for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. Very much appreciate that. Oh, sorry. And thanks to Henrik Rinn for the new membership on my website with the coupon code
Obama.
The judge is very safely masked.
All right, we are back on the state of Georgia versus Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William R. Bryan. With the jury having reached a verdict, the court indicated that it would schedule sentencing. The sentencing was noticed for today. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is ready to proceed.
Is Travis McMichael ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
Greg McMichael.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Bryan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any preliminary matters from the state?
No preliminary matters from the state, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters from Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Bryan?
Yes, Your Honor. We filed 3 motions this morning. I have a 4th motion to make orally. I'm not going to belabor them at any great length, but I didn't want to have them on file for the record. We filed this morning a motion to bar imposition of sentence of life without parole as to defendant Bryan.
We expected this.
That is basically, we're arguing for an extension of the decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in Edmond v. Florida, which held that individuals who are convicted of felony murder without killing, attempting to kill, or intending to kill are not eligible for the death penalty. We're pursuing that both under the 8th Amendment to the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 17
This is important.
of the Constitution of the State of Georgia. We're asking the court to extend that reasoning one step further, reflecting evolving standards of decency, and hold that the imposition of a sentence of life without parole for felony murder would likewise be unconstitutionally cruel under our constitutions, absent evidence that defendant Bryan killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill Ahmaud Arbery. We don't believe any of those facts are in dispute in this case. That's our first motion.
Anything from the state?
This is a big,
Yes,
big,
Your
big
Honor.
deal.
The reason felony murder and different from malice murder is because of the lack of specific intent to commit the murder. As we all know, when a co-defendant like 2 men go into a convenience store and they attack the convenience store clerk, and the clerk, defending himself, shoots and kills one of the armed robbers. The first armed robber is responsible for the death of his friend and co-defendant under felony murder, because while there was no intent for one armed robber to kill the other armed robber, it's a matter of responsibility under felony murder, not a matter of intent to kill. And in this particular case, Mr. Bryan is eligible for this court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. There is nothing preventing this court from doing that on a felony murder charge, because felony murder, once again, is about responsibility, not about intent to kill. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, with all due respect to Ms. Dukowski, I don't believe that response addressed the issue. The issue is for an individual system such as Mr. Bryan, who did not kill, did not attempt to kill, and did not intend to kill, whether or not the 8th Amendment allows the imposition of a sentence of life without parole is not a question of the Georgia sentencing scheme or statutes. It's a question of federal constitutional law. Clearly, under those circumstances, the death penalty, imposition of the death penalty, is cruel and unusual. We are contending, since Edmond v. Florida in 1982, that standards and our sense of decency as a society have evolved to the point where the 8th Amendment does not allow the imposition of a sentence of life without parole for felony murder, absent killing, an attempt to kill, or intent to kill. And I don't think the state contests that those are not the facts of this case. I think the state is relying on the fact that the United States Supreme Court hasn't addressed this issue yet, at least not to my knowledge. We're preserving the issue for appeal.
All right, the court received the motion to bar imposition of sentence of life without the possibility of parole as defendant Bryan for felony murder this morning. It looks like it was filed at 8:18. I have reviewed the motion. It cites the one case that was just referenced by Mr. Goff, and having considered the arguments of counsel, the court denies the motion.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you, Your Honor. Our second motion is a motion to declare unconstitutional mandatory life sentence for felony murder for a discrete class of offenders, and in the alternative, motion to bar imposition of life sentence as to defendant Bryan for felony murder. The previous motion addressed whether or not Mr. Bryan was eligible under the 8th Amendment for a sentence of life without parole. This motion challenges whether Mr. Bryan can be sentenced to a mandatory life sentence for felony murder both as a class of individuals who have not killed, intended to kill, or attempted to kill, and also as to Mr. Bryan individually. And we contend that this is essentially, the first part of it is taking the Enman case that has already been discussed this morning, not one step, but two steps, to strike down mandatory felony murder for people that convicted of felony murder that fall within that class of individuals that have not killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill. This is an issue which has tremendous import in the state of Georgia and around the country, in that there are hundreds in Georgia and probably thousands of individuals around the country who are serving life sentences, have been in prison for many, many years, who drove the car that was used to escape from the armed robbery, or provided the key to break into the house not knowing that it was occupied. There's all kinds of people out there across the country serving life sentences right now who never killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill, but have been subjected to mandatory life imprisonment. I would venture to say the majority of those individuals tend to be African American, but I haven't studied it in depth in a while.
Oh my God.
But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're white, black, or Martian. It's still wrong for the legislator to...
The guy who said there's too many black pastors in the court when that was inconvenient is now saying we've got to think about the racial aspect here.
Life sentence on an individual who hasn't killed, attempted to kill, or intended to kill. And again, this is an issue that would have significant impact if it were granted, but we are certainly preserving that issue. Secondly, with respect to Mr. Bryan individually, we believe that he is not eligible for imposition of a mandatory life sentence pursuant to the Eighth Amendment, based on the totality of the circumstances surrounding the offense, his criminal history, and other circumstances, which we'll get into during the sentencing hearing, and that the imposition of a life sentence to Mr. Bryan would be unconstitutionally cruel and disproportionate. And we cite the relevant Supreme Court authorities as to that issue.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the legislature has spoken not only with 1651, which imposes a mandatory life sentence for felony murder, but also with party to a crime and conspiracy. All of those laws are on the books for a very important reason, which is responsibility for your actions. And at this point, the state is asking that this court not fly in the face of the legislature or the statutes that are on the books, especially 1651, based on this particular argument that somehow Mr. Bryan is special and outside the imposition of the law.
Wow.
Thank you.
Any further word on that motion?
On behalf of Greg McMichael, we'd like to join that motion, but without any further argument.
It doesn't apply to us, really.
Your Honor, I don't have to object. I'm arguing, I guess. But the idea that Mr. Bryan is asking for special treatment here is just wrong and contrary to the argument actually made. Our position is that no one in America convicted of felony murder who didn't kill or attempt to kill or intend to kill should be subjected to a mandatory life sentence. That doesn't mean that a court couldn't impose a mandatory life sentence. It means that the court should constitutionally have the discretion to impose the sentence that is appropriate, and for the legislature to dictate that these individuals, such as Mr. Bryan, the court cannot consider a sentence of less than life imprisonment, is cruel and unusual, and this practice needs to stop. It's gone on since before I was born, before Your Honor was born. It was wrong then, it's wrong now, and sometime, somewhere, it has to stop. Secondly, as to Mr. Bryan individually, again, it's not suggesting that Mr. Bryan is special. It's suggesting that anyone in Mr. Bryan's circumstances, under the facts of this case, anyone besides Mr. Bryan, with the same criminal history, with the same background, with the same circumstances, that imposition of a mandatory life sentence would likewise be disproportionate as to them. So this is not a request for special treatment. It is a request for individualized sentencing consistent with the Eighth Amendment.
Wow.
All right. Again, the motion is filed this morning. I did have an opportunity to review the motion. Having heard the arguments of counsel, the court denies the motion.
Wow.
Mr. Goff.
Next motion, please.
Our third and last
Please proceed, Governor.
formal written motion is a motion to vacate illegal felony murder convictions based on double jeopardy. And I don't want to be accused of plagiarizing. An inmate apparently from the Michigan criminal prison system, Mr. Sires, was kind enough to draft a motion for me to file. And even went out and found Georgia case law. Your Honor, I have to confess it doesn't quite reconcile with my memory of all of the Georgia case law. But the argument's pretty good. Mr. Bryan was acquitted of count 2, felony murder. There is only one felony murder statute. And therefore, once you've been acquitted of felony murder in count 2, double jeopardy bars conviction under counts 3, 4, and 5.
This is actually more interesting.
That they're all different ways to commit the same offense. And we believe that under the authorities, which are not just state authorities, they're federal authorities, including Ahmaud v. U.S., 437 U.S. 54.
Yeah, the motion came from a prisoner in Michigan, I guess.
Jeopardy bars imposition of sentence under counts 3, 4, and 5. Independent of that, we also have an issue with respect to the jury returned a verdict of not guilty as to the lesser offenses on count 7, and therefore the verdict on count 7 is repugnant with the verdict of the jury as to the lesser offenses. I would note, I don't recall the court asking the jury to address the lesser offenses unless and until
This actually is repugnant. He's right about that.
On the indicted offense of count 7, but nevertheless, the jury did return verdicts of not guilty. The state did not object to the return of those verdicts at the time. And those not guilty verdicts on those 3 lesser offenses are repugnant to the conviction on count 7. And therefore, count 7 should be set aside for that reason. And that is my motion.
From the state.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, it has been the law in the state of Georgia and commented and gone over by the Supreme Court of Georgia, especially as recently as 2015 in Duggar versus the state, D-U-G-G-E-R versus the state, 297 Georgia 120. And
that's not that perverted Duggar reality show guy, just so everybody knows.
Of the malice murder charge, but guilty of the felony murder charge, and he claimed double jeopardy because only one person was dead and they came back not guilty on the malice. And in this particular case, Duggar, they said, no, that's not how this works. Appellant faced a single prosecution and he received a single punishment for murdering the victim. That's the quote from this. His double jeopardy rights were therefore not violated. In addition, he wanted to argue that these were inconsistent verdicts. Once again, the court held that that is not the case. There was no inconsistency between the verdicts of guilty on felony murder and not guilty on malice murder. Now, of course, in this case for Mr. Bryan, he's claiming, well, there was a series of felony murders. Well, the felony murders are predicated on certain underlying acts. And in this case, the jury did find him not guilty of aggravated assault with a shotgun and also not guilty of felony murder based on that aggravated assault with the shotgun. So therefore, their verdict was consistent in that manner, but they did find him guilty of aggravated assault with the pickup truck, false imprisonment, and criminal attempt at false imprisonment, and the felony murder associated with that.
Those were the paths to it.
The state is going to, of course, argue that 2 of those felony murders will be vacated by operation of law and that Mr. Bryan will only be sentenced to 1 of the felony murder counts. And so therefore, based on Duggar as well as numerous other cases, and I believe Duggar was most recently cited in 2020 by the Strong case by the Georgia Supreme Court.
Very well prepared.
There is no sound legal basis in the state of Georgia for a double jeopardy claim, as well as numeration 22 on page 4 of Defendant Bryan's motion. Finding someone not guilty of a lesser charge doesn't necessarily mean they're not guilty of a more egregious charge. So the fact that they came back not guilty on those lesser charges versus the more heavy charge, does not all of a sudden mean that it's a repugnant and or inconsistent verdict. We ask that you deny the motion. Thank you.
Very, very strongly said.
Your Honor, as Ms. Donikoski was so kind to point out, Duggar is readily distinguished. Obviously, malice murder is one crime, felony murder is another. Ms. Donikoski is confusing the merger concept with the double jeopardy issue. In this case, these are all felony murder counts, but they're all the same crime. So that is what distinguishes the Duggar case. And furthermore, with respect to the lesser offenses, Your Honor, the jury's verdict on the 3 lesser offenses of not guilty indicates that the jury concluded that an element of the offense, the greater offense, was missing. The verdicts are repugnant. I would submit they're repugnant as a matter of law, and that therefore the court must vacate count 7 as to Mr. Bryan. And that doesn't mean that there won't be 2 other felony murder counts left. It may be an academic discussion, but nevertheless, we're asking the court to vacate the conviction under count 7 as repugnant with the 3 misdemeanor counts and impose sentence on the misdemeanor count only.
Again, as previously indicated, the court received the motion this morning. I did take a look through the motion. We've taken a look at Duggar. The case is cited by the state, and the court denies the motion. I understand you've got one oral motion?
0 for 3.
And I appreciate the court's patience. Your Honor, we are making an additional constitutional challenges to Georgia's sentencing scheme with respect to the imposition of the sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And again, as I think prosecutors suggested many years ago, a lot of the sentencing jurisprudence and criminal law jurisprudence began in death penalty cases with the theory that death is different. Well, I think the evolving case law over the last several decades has demonstrated that death is really not so very different after all. We assert 8th and 5th Amendment challenges to Georgia's sentencing scheme, which rightly gives judges broad discretion in determining sentences, but with respect to life without parole, that discretion is effectively unguided, as opposed to the sentencing scheme in a death penalty case for determining the imposition of the death penalty. Besides being cruel, the sentencing scheme also violates due process in that the statutes fail to provide sufficient guidance to the trial court. And therefore, Georgia's sentencing scheme is hopelessly ambiguous as well as arbitrary and capricious. Moreover, without any required findings of fact or conclusions of law, there is nothing for an appellate court to review to determine whether a sentence of life without parole has been lawfully imposed. Furthermore, we assert a 6th Amendment challenge, which I would call an Apprendi challenge, although it's not actually the authority, that any facts that increase a mandatory minimum sentence must be set, which in this case would be...
I'm not optimistic about this one either, guys.
A life sentence, that any fact that increases a mandatory minimum sentence must be submitted to a jury and found true beyond a reasonable doubt. And I cite Olen v. U.S., ALLEYNE, 133 S. Court 2151, 2013. Blakely v. Washington, BLAKELY v. Washington, 542 U.S. 296, 2004. Your Honor, the jury acquitted as to counts 2 and 6. With count 7, it is impossible to determine what facts the jury found in this case because the state elected to pack so much into count 7. You've got parties to the crime, you've got principals to the crime, you've got the McMichaels pickup truck, you've got Mr. Bryan's pickup truck, and you've got whether it's an intent to injure or whether it's placing Mr. Arbery in reasonable apprehension of receiving an injury. There's so many different theories that the jury could have returned a verdict on that there's no way to draw any findings, meaningful findings of fact for sentencing purposes from the verdict that the jury rendered. And therefore, under these circumstances, there's nothing here for which the court could find a jury-found basis for imposing the sentence that the state is seeking in this case. Thank you.
Let's take a break. Lunch is here.
On behalf of Greg McMichael, we'd like to join that motion.
Noted for the record. From the state.
Of course, the state's at a bit of a disadvantage, just having heard the motion, as is the court. However, the state's position at this point in time is this is a legislature issue. The legislature has passed 1651, and it is a mandatory life sentence. The court does have discretion between life or life without the possibility of parole. The complaint here, it sounds like, is, well, there's an Eighth Amendment violation, a Fifth Amendment violation, a Sixth Amendment violation because there's no guidance to
the entire thing is violated.
However, as this court is aware, the Supreme Court of Georgia has given Superior Court judges great deference because this court has heard the evidence. This court has seen the demeanor of the defendants, especially in this particular case, the demeanor of Travis McMichael as he testified. This court has seen the evidence from the witnesses on the stand and the body cam video of what took place. So in this case, the court is going to be given and has received the evidence in this case for its review to inform it and its discretion as to whether to impose a life sentence or a life sentence without the possibility of parole. I believe the next step in this process, of course, is going to be the state presenting victim impact and then argument. The defense will present its argument, all of which also informs this court and allows it to use its broad discretion and judgment as to whether to impose a life sentence or a life sentence without the possibility of parole.
Right.
So we ask that you deny this motion. Thank you, Judge.
Final word.
Your Honor, with all due respect to Mr. Dunkowski, this is not a legislative issue. The Constitution is not up for discussion or negotiation. The Constitution is what it is. The Fifth, Sixth, and Eighth Amendments to the United States Constitution are the federal provisions at play here, in addition to the parallel provisions of our Georgia state Constitution. Legislators are politicians. They have to run for election, and they do what they think they need to do. And the job of the judiciary, as the independent third branch of government, is to put a check on that action when it violates our state and federal constitutions. So simply saying that it is a legislative issue, it doesn't address the question. And ultimately, it is for our courts to defend that Your Honor and the courts above you are the ultimate guardians of our state and federal constitutions and of the individual rights of individuals. And to simply say, or maybe that wasn't the suggestion, but one could interpret it that way, that the court should simply defer to the legislature as to what the Constitution means, to the extent that was their argument, is repugnant to our entire system of criminal justice. And I ask the court to grant the motion.
All right. I didn't hear the argument quite that way, where the court has to defer to the legislature. There is a structure in place with regard to sentencing, and this court intends to adhere to that structure as established through Georgia case law. On that basis, the motion is denied.
0 for 4.
All right, I understand those are all preliminary matters. Then before the court, is the state ready to proceed with, and the way we're going to do it, as I understand it, is the state is going to present any evidence it has in aggravation as well as a opening argument. The defense is then going to have an opportunity each individually to present any evidence in mitigation if they wish to do so, and make argument, with the state then having the rebuttal. That's how I understand we're going to proceed. From the state.
Here we go. By the way, thanks to P. Weasel and Joe J. Freshman, everybody signing up via Twitch.
Your Honor,
Appreciate
for the
it.
record, today is Friday, January 7th, 2022. The jury returned its verdict on November 24th, 2021. That verdict was that Travis McMichael was found guilty on all 9 counts in the indictment. Greg McMichael was found not guilty of count 1, which is malice murder, but guilty on the other counts 2 through 9 in the indictment. Mr. Bryan was found guilty only as to counts 3, 4, and 5, all felony murder counts, and the underlying felonies corresponding to those felony murder counts, which were counts 7, 8, and 9. The court asked all of us to look into, with regard to Travis McMichael, the issue of potential merger as to the malice murder charge. The state has reviewed its own indictment and notes that it charged Travis McMichael, who was found guilty of count 1 malice murder, a human being did unlawfully, with malice aforethought, cause the death of Ahmaud Arbery, a human being, by unlawfully chasing him through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood in pickup trucks and shooting him with a shotgun, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. As the state notes, this encompasses 2 different actions. Unlawfully chasing him through the public roadways of Satilla Shores, which describes the actions they did in the pickup trucks, and then shooting him with the shotgun. As the court will recall, defense filed a demur to count 1, saying this was surplusage and should be removed. The state's argument was that the state was not going to argue it was an either-or situation, and that is not going to be the state's argument here. The state's argument here is that factually, the state believes that count 8, false imprisonment, factually has been eaten up by the way the state charged count 1 in this indictment. In other words, count 8 and count 6 would merge into count 1 for Travis McMichael on the malice murder charge because of unlawfully chasing him, meaning Mr. Arbery, through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood in pickup trucks. The reason we believe that that factually would merge is because count 8 is actually the false imprisonment charge. And count 8 does say, said accused did chase Mr. Arbery with a Ford F1 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood and did confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery. As the court is aware, the statute has nothing to do with chasing. That is descriptive language factually. The statute has to do with confining and detaining the victim. The fact that the state used up factually both the chasing in count 8 and the chasing in count 1 means both count 6 and 8 would then merge into count 1. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I will address this, that the defense may argue that count 7 and count 9 would also then merge into count 1 malice murder. However, the state's argument is that is not the case. The reason for that is count 7 is the aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. Did make an assault upon the person of Ahmaud Arbery with a Ford F-150 pickup truck and a Chevy Silverado pickup truck. An object, device, or instrument, when used offensively against a person, is likely to result in serious bodily injury. That, of course, factually can be a number of different things, and what the state did argue in closing argument was pulling up next to somebody, startling them, could put them in reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury. The state also argued in its closing argument that Travis McMichael, despite his testimony, actually used his pickup truck to pull in front of Mr. Arbery and cut him off, which caused Mr. Arbery on Burford to turn around and run away. So the fact that the jury found that they used their pickup trucks, objects which used defensively against a person are likely to result in serious bodily injury, did create an aggravated assault for Mr. Arbery, does not merge into count 1, which was unlawfully chasing him through the public roadways of Satilla Shores in pickup trucks. They are 2 separate and distinct things, especially when we have video evidence of the McMichaels pulling up next to Mr. Arbery then running away. That itself right there is an aggravated assault. He was obviously startled. He obviously was trying to get away from these men. They pulled up next to him. Reasonable apprehension of receiving serious bodily injury. With regard then to count 9 is criminal attempt to commit the felony of false imprisonment. As the court will recall, the defense also demurred to that particular charge in the indictment. That particular charge in the indictment did have an "and" in it, which, as the court knows, is an "or," which the state explained in its closing argument to the jury. In this particular count 9, it did charge the defendants with did unlawfully chase Ahmaud Arbery through the public roadways of the Satilla Shores neighborhood in pickup trucks and did attempt to confine and detain Ahmaud Arbery without legal authority on Burford Drive using a Ford F-150 pickup truck. In this particular instance, the state did argue and did inform the court in the demurrer response that it was going to argue and or, because as we know, a criminal attempt is just a substantial step toward committing that particular felony. And as the court will note, count 8 took place on Holmes Drive, whereas count 9 was on Burford. So they don't have anything to do with each other. They're two separate incidents at two separate points in time based on the evidence in this case. So either one could be considered a substantial step, and because the and in between unlawfully chase and did attempt to confine and detain is really an or for the purposes of this, and once again, the state put that in its response to demurrer by the defendants, and the court denied the demurrer. That was filed by the defendants. The state also argued in closing argument that that was an or. They could find it that he was chased. They could also find that on Burford they did attempt to confine and detain him, especially with Mr. Bryan's actions of trying to run him off the roadway from his driveway, and with Mr. McMichael's actions of cutting him off at the end of Burford. So in this particular instance, especially with the criminal attempt, it does not merge into malice murder simply because of the words did unlawfully chase him through the public roadways contained in count 1.
I'm not saying that the lawyers for the defendants aren't good lawyers. You know, I don't have the ability to really evaluate that, although the weird racial comments from one of them are just weird as an individual. But to a layperson, she seems so much more competent and well prepared, where there's not even really any comparison.
4 and 5, all felony murder would be vacated by operation of law. Count 6, which is the aggravated assault with the shotgun charge, would factually merge into count 1. Count 7 would remain standing. And count 7 is a potential sentence of 1 to 20 years on the aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. Count 8, in the state's opinion, would factually merge then into count 1. False imprisonment, of course, is a 1 to 10 potential sentence. And count 9, criminal attempt, cuts that sentence in half. So count 9, criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment, is a potential of 1 to 5 years. Therefore, the minimum sentence that this court could impose on Travis McMichael would be life with the possibility of parole with 15 years, and that court could suspend, probate, run concurrent with that particular sentence. The maximum, and that is what the state is asking for in this case, is a life without the possibility of parole. The state did file its notice of its intent to seek life without the possibility of parole back in 2020 when this case was first indicted. So the state is seeking life without the possibility of parole as to count 1. Counts 2 through 5 are vacated by operation of law. Count 6 would merge into count 1, leaving then count 7 and 9, which would be 25 years. We are asking that that 25 years be a 25-year sentence, but to be run concurrent if the court chose to impose a life without the possibility of parole sentence. And that would be count 7, concurrent with count 1, 20 years to serve. Count 9, concurrent with count 1, consecutive to count 7, thus making it a total of 25 years, running concurrent with the life without the possibility of parole sentence on count 1 for Travis McMichael. And that is what the state will be requesting and seeking. With regard to Greg McMichael, he was found not guilty on count 1, malice murder. He was then found guilty of counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, all felony murder. The state is seeking, therefore, a life without the possibility of parole sentence on count 2, which is felony murder based on count 6, which is the aggravated assault with the shotgun. Counts 3, 4, and 5 would be vacated by operation of law. Count 6 would merge into count 2, the felony murder. In this particular case, that felony murder only alleges did cause the death of Ahmaud Arbery based on the aggravated assault with the shotgun, so we do not have the same issue with language of chasing in count 2 of this indictment. This would, of course, leave count 7, count 8, and count 9 available for sentencing. Count 7 is aggravated assault with the pickup trucks. That's a potential 1 to 20-year sentence. Count 8, false imprisonment on Holmes Drive, a 1 to 10-year sentence. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit false imprisonment, a 1 to 5 year sentence. So the minimum Greg McMichael is looking at is life with the possibility of parole and 35 years. That 35 years can be run concurrent, it can be probated, it can be suspended. The maximum Mr. Greg McMichael is looking at is count 2. The state is going to be asking for life without the possibility of parole. Counts 3, 4, and 5 are vacated by operation of law. Count 6 would merge into that life without the possibility of parole sentence, and the additional 35 years to be run concurrent consecutive, meaning count 7 concurrent with count 2, 20 years to serve, count 8 concurrent to count 2, consecutive to count 7, and count 9, the 5 years to serve, concurrent with count 2, consecutive to count 8, resulting in a 35-year sentence to be run concurrently with the life without the possibility of parole sentence on count 2. With regard
if a lawyer can say, is the point of the 35 years in addition to life that if somehow the life is vacated, they've still got 35 years? Is that the point?
And 5 based on aggravated assault with a pickup truck, false imprisonment, and criminal attempt at false imprisonment. The state is looking at a life sentence on count 3. Counts 4 and 5 would be vacated by operation of law. He was found not guilty on count 6. Therefore, count 7, the aggravated assault with the pickup truck, would merge into count 3, because count 3 is the felony murder based upon count 7. So count 7 would merge into count 3. Count 8, false imprisonment, potential 1 to 10 year sentence, and count 9, a potential 1 to 5 year sentence. Therefore, the minimum Mr. Bryan is looking at is a life with the possibility of parole sentence, plus an additional 15 years, which once again can be run concurrent, it could be run consecutive, it could be probated and or suspended. In this particular case, the state is going to make a recommendation for Mr. Bryan of life with the possibility of parole on count 3, with 15 years to serve consecutively on probation. And that is going to be our recommendation for Mr. Bryan.
Interesting.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will go ahead and present its victim impact evidence for the court's consideration, and then once that's through, we will make our argument.
Moving right along.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to present Mr. Marcus Arbery.
Welcome, everybody. This is the sentencing if you're just joining us.
I do want to make a point before we get into the victim impact statements, and not to imply that this would go any other way, but I do want to make sure that those that are addressing the court address the court as opposed to anybody else in the gallery. So let's go ahead and proceed.
And really, thanks to everybody who's been supporting the stream. Thanks to Johnny K. Tyler and Kinsey.
How y'all doing? Right. It's a hard time with me and my family. You know, something that I just doesn't sit right with me at this time. The man who killed my son has sat in this courtroom every single day next to his father. I'll never get that chance to sit next to my son ever again. Not at a dinner table, not at a holiday. And not at a wedding. He'll never get to have I pray that no one in this courtroom ever has to do what we had did, that buried their child. There's no word for that, because no word knows that much pain. Not only did they lynch my son in broad daylight, but they killed him while he was doing what he loved than anything, running. That's when he felt most alive, most free. And they took all that from him. When I close my eyes, I see his execution in my mind over and over. I'll see that for the rest of my life. When I became a father, my life became bigger than me. It became about my family, about protecting him, protecting my boy. I know in my head that there's nothing I could have done that day to have saved my son, to have protected him from that evil and hate. But my heart is broken and always will be broken because on my worst day or our lives wasn't there. If I could, I'd have traded places with Ahmaud in a heartbeat, but I can't. So I'm standing here today to do what he can't, and that is to fight for him, fight for his memories, his legacy, and to tell you who he was, because that's the one thing you didn't hear in this courtroom. And more than anything else, you should know who my boy was. We love our son, and we will never have him with us to celebrate anything. Thanksgiving, Christmas, or his birthday. His kids should spend the rest of their lives thinking about what they did and what they took from us. And they should do it from behind bars. Because me and my family, we got to live with his death the rest of our life. We'll never see Ahmaud again. So I feel they should stay behind them bars the rest of their life because they didn't give him a chance. Thank the court. Thank y'all for what y'all did with our family stuck by us. Thank the jury. I give all glory to God. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Arbery.
Wow.
Ms. Jasmine Arbery.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Arbery. Ahmaud is my brother, and I would like to tell you a little about him. Ahmaud had dark skin that glistened in the sunlight like gold. He had thick, curly hair, and he would often like to twist it. Ahmaud had a broad nose, and the color of his eyes was filled with melanin. He was tall with an athletic build. He enjoyed running and had an appreciation for being outdoors. These are the qualities that made these men assume that Ahmaud was a dangerous criminal and chase him with guns drawn. To me, those qualities reflected a young man full of life and energy who looked like me and the people I love. Ahmaud was funny. He told jokes to lighten the mood because he was a positive thinker. Ahmaud had a big personality and never missed the opportunity to let it shine. Ahmaud had a future that was taken from him in an instance of violence. He was robbed of his life pleasures, big and small. he would never be able to fulfill his professional dreams, nor would he be able to start a family or even be a part of my daughter's life. The loss of Ahmaud has devastated me and my family. So I'm asking that the man that killed him be given the maximum sentence available to the court. Thank you.
And guys, some of the behavior in the chat is disgusting, and we're banning everybody. You're all getting banned.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to first speak directly to my son, if I please. This verdict doesn't bring you back, but it does help bring closure to this very difficult chapter of my life. I made a promise to you. Today, I laid you to rest. I told you I love you, and someday, somehow, I would get you justice. Son, I love you as much today as I did today that you were born. Raising you was the honor of my life, and I'm very proud of you. Your Honor, these men have chose to lie and attack my son and his surviving family. They each have no remorse and do not deserve any leniency. This wasn't a case of mistaken identity or mistaken fact. They chose to target my son because they didn't want him in their community. They chose to treat him differently than other people who frequently visited their community. And when they couldn't sufficiently scare him or intimidate him, they killed him. My youngest son, he was born on Mother's Day of 1994. He had a smile so bright it lit up a room. He was a greedy baby that seemed like he was always searching for something to stick into his mouth. He was always a loving baby who seemed to never tire of hugs, cuddling, and kisses. He loved, he never hesitated to tell me, his sister Jasmine, and his brother Marcus that he loved us. And Your Honor, we loved him back. He was messy. He sometimes refused to wear socks or take good care of his good clothing. I wish he would have cut and cleaned his toenails before he went out for that jog that day. I guess he would have if he knew he would be murdered. My family is gonna miss Ahmaud. We're going to miss his jokes, his impersonations, his warm smile. These men deserve the maximum sentence for their crimes. Ahmaud never said a word to them. He never threatened them. He just wanted to be left alone. They were fully committed to their crimes. Let them be fully committed for the consequences. Your Honor, I'm standing here for you as the mother of Ahmaud Arbery. asking you to please give all 3 defendants who are responsible for the death of my son the maximum punishment in this court, which I do believe is life behind bars without the possible chance for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any additional evidence in aggravation from the state?
No more additional evidence from the state, Your Honor.
Argument?
Now moving on to the argument on sentencing from the prosecutors.
Your Honor, the state is seeking life without the possibility of parole for the McMichaels based primarily on the evidence presented in this case. The state is not going to go through all of that evidence, just a few very important items. First off, there was a demonstrated pattern of vigilantism by Greg and Travis McMichael. First off, we have our July 13th, 2019 911 call after both of them went with guns to confront a homeless man who was living under the bridge, who they suspected must have been committing all of these crimes. Of course, all of these crimes included a lot of reports to 911 about suspicious persons, and as we heard from the witness stand and defense witnesses, a couple of unlocked cars with things stolen out of them by people outside the neighborhood. And then we have February 11th, 2020. Yes, Ahmaud went inside of the open, unsecured construction site that particular day. But Travis McMichael went home, got his father, they both got their guns, and then they went back down to that construction site. We know that because we heard the 911 call. And he says, I'm sitting outside the construction site. He talks about seeing somebody inside with a flashlight. The horrible part is we know from Brooke Perez, who testified for the defendants, that her husband had gotten a call from Larry English, and he'd gone over there with his handgun. We also know that the 2 men went inside with their handguns. It's a miracle they didn't shoot each other. And no one had called the police. Travis is outside in the pickup truck, finally calling the police. He stays on for about 4 minutes, and then Officer Ash appears. That didn't teach anybody here a lesson at all. Brooke Perez was trying to tell them, no, my husband's over there with a gun. Be careful, go in there. But Greg McMichael took off, according to Travis's statement, down the street and went right into that house. So we've got July 2019, February 11th, 2020. Not calling 911 first, not staying home, but wanting to seek out, in a vigilante manner, a confrontation with people that they suspect might be doing something that they themselves, up until January 1st of 2020, had not been the victim of. In all cases, they took firearms with them, did not stay home, did not allow the police to do their job, but instead, as on February 11th, Greg McMichael went in and started searching the house himself. We all know how that could have turned out terribly for him, for anyone in there, and for Diego Perez. All the decisions they made that led up to the death of Ahmaud Arbery. There were so many opportunities to stop, to think. And here's the real problem. Greg McMichael was former law enforcement, as they pointed out repeatedly. And Travis McMichael had served in the Marines. I'm not the Marines, the Coast Guard, as they pointed out repeatedly.
Right.
So here we have some men who should have known better. Should have known better. Vigilantism always goes wrong. You wait for the professionals to show up. The professionals who are in marked cars, the professionals who are in uniforms, the professionals who are going to do it right because they have something to lose. The professionals with body cams.
Right.
The professionals such as Officer Rash, who just would have stopped Mr. Arbery and said, hey, I'm going to put you on the phone with Larry English so Larry English can tell you to please not to come back. And they should have known that. They had alternatives. They had choices. But instead, Travis McMichael, who stated he was putting his son Everett down for a nap, who stated that his father had all these medical and health problems, didn't say, no, Dad, I'm putting Everett down. No, Dad, you need to stay here. He grabbed his shotgun, which he stated was propped up in a corner in that house, to go with his father. And Greg McMichael was willing to get into that pickup truck and sit in a child's seat to go chase after Mr. Arbery. Greg McMichael attempted to control the narrative from the get-go at the scene. His statements were all about how they were justified, how it was self-defense, how Mr. Arbery attacked his son. When the unknown man came up to Greg McMichael at the scene, because of course the police hadn't put Mr. McMichael anywhere, told him not to talk to anybody, he was running around the scene talking to everybody. And when talking to this unknown man who walked up to give him water, he basically said, no, this guy's an asshole. He is 20 feet from Mr. Arbery's body, referring to Mr. Arbery as an asshole. There's been no remorse shown, and certainly no empathy from either man. Because empathy would have said, hey, how must this look to this person that we're chasing? Are we terrifying this person? Are we scaring them? No empathy for the trapped and terrified Ahmaud Arbery. There was thoughtlessness as to the consequences, thoughtlessness as to the alternatives, there was vigilantism. And because of that, we are asking for Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael to be sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Travis McMichael on count 1, malice murder, Greg McMichael on felony murder count 2, with the prior sentences or the underlying charges to run concurrent consecutive per the state's prior statement. The state is going to guess that the defense will probably say that these men served their country, they served the community. Travis in the Coast Guard.
Should be aggravating,
Michael,
not mitigating.
at the district attorney's office, but we all know it is not the 99 things you do right, not the 99 good deeds that you do. But when you take another person's life, it can't be undone. It can't be taken back. There is no do-over. It's final. And that means caution must prevail. Thoughtfulness, empathy, and insight must prevail, not vigilantism. With regard to Mr. Bryan, his actions speak for themselves. He contributed to the death of Ahmaud Arbery in a significant way. The court is familiar with his actions. The court is familiar with his statements, with his level of cooperation with Agent Seacrest afterwards. And given his actions and statements in this case, the state is asking for a life with the possibility of parole sentence. And that would be on count 3 with 15 years consecutive on probation for Mr. Bryan. Thank you, Your Honor.
There is the prosecution's argument.
Yeah. Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, for 150 years, judges in cases in which defendants were convicted of murder were authorized to impose a life sentence. That was the only sentence available. In 2009, the legislature expanded the judge's discretion and now allows a judge to impose both a life sentence with the possibility of parole and a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and gives absolutely, as Mr. Goff pointed out, no guidance to the court as to what factors to take into account when differentiating between people convicted of murder. But I know this court, Your Honor, has been on the bench long enough and has tried a number of cases, including murder cases, in which you've had to make those decisions. And you've had to differentiate between defendants and be consistent in your rulings, in your sentencing, probably the hardest thing any court has to do, which is to sentence a person to time in prison. In this case, in which the state is seeking the harshest possible sentence allowable under the law, we're asking the court to reserve the harshest possible sentence under the law for those who deserve it, for the worst of the worst. When the facts of the crime show a darkness of soul, a person so depraved and heinous as to shock the conscience by their actions,
I don't know.
or where the offender is such a danger as evidenced by his past conduct or by his actions post-offense.
Isn't that these guys?
Such that rehabilitation is remote or impossible. Those are the offenders who deserve the harshest possible punishment under the law. Those are the offenders who people would argue deserve to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Neither of those scenarios encompasses Travis McMichael or the conduct for which he was convicted. And like Ms. Donikoski, I want to spend just a couple minutes reviewing the conduct for which he was convicted, because I agree with something she said, maybe for the first time in this trial. When Travis McMichael woke up on that Sunday morning with his son Everett in his house, his goal was not to go out and kill somebody. His goal was to play with his kid.
That doesn't seem relevant to the facts of the charges, though.
Possibly with Greg and his mom, Lee, and sister Lindsay. His goal was not to commit a crime that day or kill somebody that day. His goal was to have a family afternoon. And when he was putting his son down at 1 o'clock or so in the afternoon, he was doing what every single person wants to and should be doing, which is taking care of their toddler son. When he got in the truck at his father's behest to find out who that person was sprinting down the road, his goal still was not to commit a crime. His goal still was not to hurt that person, to merely investigate, to find out what was that guy doing back at the house where Matt Albenzi was motioning. And then 4 minutes later, Mr. Arbery's dead, Mr. McMichael's covered in blood, and we have what we have here and what the jury heard. And he was convicted. The jury found that his actions constituted malice murder, felony murder, and the underlying felonies. But this is not a case in which he just targeted someone recklessly, targeted someone without knowledge, misidentified someone. He knew Ahmaud Arbery. He had encountered him previously. And he had known about the fears that the neighbors felt at Mr. Arbery's continued presence. I'm not going to retry the case. The jury found that those facts did not add up to probable cause and did not justify Mr. McMichael's actions. But he didn't just go out and shoot Mr. Arbery. He only fired the shots, the fatal shots, when Mr. Arbery came at him and grabbed the gun, as Dr. Donahue demonstrated. These were not, and as reckless as those acts may have been, as Ms. Donikoski pointed out, as thoughtless as they may have been, they are not evidence of a soul so blackened as to deserve to spend the rest of his life in prison. This was not a planned murder. This was not a murder involving torture. It was a fight over a gun that resulted in Mr. Arbery's death. And for that, the jury found Mr. McMichael guilty. The state contends that 99 good acts don't overcome one bad act. And of course, Legally, that's true. Mr. McMichael is now a convicted felon. But 99 good acts do weigh in this court's consideration, do factor into what choice this court is going to make when sentencing Mr. McMichael to either spend the rest of his life behind bars or give him the possibility of redemption. And those acts, those 99 good acts, the court heard about those in the bond hearing. The court heard that during his time as a lifeguard at a camp for kids who have family members with terminal illnesses, that Travis McMichael actually saved the life of a boy who was drowning in the pool. The court heard that Mr. McMichael, while serving in the Coast Guard, literally saved the lives of family members who were on a boat that was taking on water. The court heard that Mr. McMichael saved the crew of a Coast Guard vessel while serving in the Coast Guard. The court heard of the letters of commendation given to Mr. McMichael by his superiors for various acts that the superiors said show superior dedication, selfless devotion to duty and consideration of others, and adherence to our core values, honor, respect, and devotion to duty. They don't excuse anything that happened on February 23rd, but when the court is weighing in the scales of justice what people deserve to spend their lives and then die in prison versus those people who deserve to be punished but then hold out hope for redemption, those are the acts the court should consider. Mr. McMichael was a devoted father to Everett. He had Everett 50% of the time, shared custody with Everett's mom, and in fact, early on was shown to be the more reliable parent, although I know that changed over time with his mom stepping up. He was a friend to many people who are now too scared to come to court and speak on his behalf. As the court knows from the testimony it heard in trial and at the bond hearing, he was always a hard worker, always had a job, never laid around letting other people support him, always paid taxes, always supported his community in a variety of ways. The discovery that we received is replete with FBI and GBI interviews of people in his community, people who told law enforcement officials of the times Mr. McMichael helped them when they were having problems.
It's weird because these really don't sound like mitigating circumstances for this.
Were pulled off from storms, and Mr. McMichael was out there finding those things and bringing them back to the owners or helping other people in the community, just as he thought he was doing on February 23rd. Actions that, in hindsight, turned out to be thoughtless, as Ms. Dunikoski said, or reckless, but were not evidence of an abandoned and malignant heart. Nothing in Travis McMichael's life suggests that he's a danger to society now.
It's crazy because, like, not being lazy is supposed to mean you get a lesser sentence when you killed someone and are found guilty. I mean, I understand the concept of mitigating circumstances, but you'd think they'd be mitigating in the crime.
Me, right now. Do we still want a person like Travis McMichael behind bars? There's nothing in his post-offense conduct that shows that he's either mentally unstable or a sociopath. He cooperated fully with police. He told the police everything he knew to tell them because he thought he was doing the right thing, even if that thing turned out not to be right. He and Greg McMichael thought they were helping their community. They thought they were helping the police catch someone who inexplicably had been in a house, and we still don't know what he was doing in the house, on 4 or 5 different occasions. He never fled. He never tried to obstruct the investigation. When he talked to his neighbors about what happened, he always expressed remorse and disbelief. if life without parole is reserved for the worst of offenders, those who are so scary, so unpredictable, and so likely to pose a threat in the future, then it is not appropriate for someone like Travis McMichael. The only purpose of a life without parole sentence, Your Honor, is vengeance. It's retribution. And the urge to seek vengeance is strong and understandable in the family. Lord knows if I was in their position, I would be seeking the same thing. But vengeance is not the foundation of our sentencing in our criminal justice system. Redemption is. Redemption is the belief that a person can learn, can grow, and still contribute after punishment. It is pointless to continue to punish a person who has undergone changes in character that distance him from the person who committed the crime decades previously.
Decades.
Travis McMichael, 35 years old now, should have the opportunity to show that he's grown, to show that he's changed, and the parole board, years from now, is in the best position to determine whether he should remain behind bars or can serve a useful purpose to society. Who knows where we will be as a society in 30 years? Why make a decision today that impacts so many people long after we're gone, long after you and I are retired, hopefully?
Good comment here from defense attorney Graham Henry, helping us understand mitigating circumstances.
With this decision, 3 decades hence. Why make a decision today that snuffs out all possibility of growth, of redemption in Travis McMichael? Compassion for Travis McMichael and the humility to admit that we don't know what's going to happen in the future doesn't diminish the compassion that we feel for Ahmaud Arbery's family. Their loss is real and understandable. And their desire for the maximum punishment is real and understandable. But again, that's why we have judges imposing sentence and not the families of the victim. Because there are a lot of factors this court takes into consideration: deterrence, rehabilitation, retribution. Those are all valid factors. But the only thing an LWOP sentence serves is retribution. Wouldn't it be healing for Mr. Arbery's family, for Travis McMichael to atone, to be able to express the remorse that's in his heart without the specter of a federal trial hanging over his head? We've heard several times today that he's shown no remorse, but this court knows that no lawyer would allow Mr. McMichael to say anything about his feelings towards the family while there were 2 pending murder trials against him. When the witnesses were interviewed by law enforcement about Mr. McMichael's conversations with them, to a person they said that he showed remorse, that he never wanted to kill somebody. He was merely trying to detain Mr. Arbery for the police. It is disingenuous and unfair to expect Mr. McMichael to express remorse with yet another trial beginning in 3 weeks, where everything he says can be used by the federal government against him. Wouldn't it be powerful, though, for Travis McMichael to look deep into himself and explore with the public, with his son Everett, why he did what he did, and in fact become a force for good while in prison and out, instead of one more old man behind bars costing taxpayers $50,000 a year or more in 30 years? Wouldn't it be healing to society for someone like Travis McMichael to be free to help heal the wounds that are certainly present in this country due to decades and decades and decades of discrimination, of racism? Wounds that we're just now beginning to try to heal. Judge, you can send a message. 4 minutes of conduct does not erase a life well lived.
It can.
And that after punishment, there is opportunity.
You could do pretty bad things in 4 minutes.
An opportunity that Travis can either take advantage of and prove himself worthy or not, and that the parole board can then determine whether he should be released from prison. We are not asking you to do anything, Your Honor, but to agree that we don't know today what the future holds. We're asking you to sentence him to life with the possibility of parole if it's earned. Judge, as far as sentencing, I would disagree with the state. I believe count 7 and count 9 do merge. I believe the language of chasing Mr. Arbery through the Satilla Shores neighborhood that is stated in count 1 and also stated in counts 7 and 9. Were used up, were subsumed, and would be therefore would effectuate a merger of those crimes. In either event, this court has wide discretion in how it fashions
So
this.
I see confusion in the chat. The main disagreement, this is with respect to Travis McMichael. Prosecution wants life in prison without parole, plus I think it was 35 years or some number. He's asking for the possibility of parole.
McMichael, but for the Arbery family and what Travis McMichael can prove himself worthy of in the future. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, I think we're probably at a good breaking point. Let's go ahead and take a break, let everybody get some lunch. We will plan on reconvening at
By the way, how
let's
are
do
the
1 o'clock.
calzones?
It's just before 12 o'clock
Pizza
now.
is here.
And we will
Let's take a
continue
break. Lunch is
proceedings
here.
at that time.
The
Thank you,
food is
everybody.
here.
All right. Very, very good. They are going to be going into a break. We are in the middle of the sentencing of the 3 men convicted in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Expecting this to conclude. My guess is if each of the other 2 defense attorneys takes even a full half hour, we've got another hour, rebuttal from the state, and then I don't know if they will immediately then announce the sentence, but we're getting very, very close. Super chats are coming in. Isaac asking, David, sir, where are the calzones?
By the way, how are the calzones?
They are going to lunch now. They are going to lunch now. Thank you to everybody who has joined. I have to thank so many people who are supporting today's stream. Thank you to Don Hamilton, who just signed up on my website. Don actually getting 2 memberships, but then canceling a different one. Something very, very confusing with Don's memberships, but Don is number 26 today. Also, thanks to everybody who's been supporting on Twitch. That includes Deb Andrew, Daniel Braithwaite, Johnny K. Tyler, and Kinsey. A few of these I already tacked up there, but that does now put us at 28. A lot of different arguments being made here in the chat about perspectives on mitigating and aggravating circumstances, et cetera, et cetera. And we will ultimately see what the judge decides and all of it. So they are on lunch. I am going to take lunch as well. We are going to keep the stream going, and then we are going to be back. I do actually have a calzone waiting for me.
By the way, how are the calzones?
And we're all going to be back, and we will continue. And we believe that we are going to get to this by the end of the day. Stand by, everybody. I will be back with you.
Oh, look at you, jacketless. Angela, the bravest of all. You got a good shot of that?
I mean, I took it in the face, so hopefully hopefully it was worth it. Try to do like a slow-mo with it.
Let's see how that turned out.
Yeah, Jeremy may have the...
I accidentally did a time lapse instead.
I mean, like,
Very
it's fine. I don't know if it was worth it. It's very slow. Probably wasn't worth it.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are close to the end of the break here in the sentencing of the three men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery. I am thrilled to have all of you with me here, and we are going to listen to some of your thoughts, some of your questions, and different things. Super chats will be up on screen as people send them. Let me see if I missed any recently. Doesn't look like it. Okay, good. Had a beautiful exchange with our YouTube rep recently. He believes that news is back. And indeed, yesterday was our biggest day on YouTube, dating all the way back to January 18th of 2021. And, you know, we've been talking about the framing has been usually interest in midterm elections increases interest in politics in general around June of a midterm year. But this year we were thinking it might be more like May or even April. We are starting to see some early indicators that this, for better or worse, and I won't tell you which it is because I don't know, for better or worse, this may be the earliest starting midterm season, maybe of all time. Just an incredible resurgence in interest in what is going on in the political system. So let's get back into it. I do want to thank Rare Beastie for the Twitch Prime subscription while I was away. You're number 29 today. Also, very, very warm welcome to Lynn Stetler, who signed up on my website with the coupon code WOW22, and Hannah Flack, who signed up on my website with the coupon code OBAMNA. You are new members 30 and 31. 30 and 31 today. Very much appreciate that. Just to reorient ourselves, let's go back and watch a little bit more of the verdict from November 24th, 2021. Remember, the verdict was in November. Today is sentencing. We have heard victim impact statements. We've heard the case from the prosecution. We've heard 4 motions from the defense denied. Next, we have the mitigating statement from 2 of the 3 defendants, and then the state gets to make its final rebuttal, and then we will have a sentence, okay? Let's take a look. This was sentencing. So the first guilty verdict against what is this guy's name? I just can't. Gregory McMichael has been read.
As this court has indicated, I ask that there be no outbursts in the court, and I expect as much from the gallery. Please respect the court's desire for this as we move forward.
Oh, sorry, guys. I'm an idiot. That's Roddy Bryan. That was, yeah, I apologize. That's Roddy Bryan. I said completely the wrong name. I continue to just be really struggling to identify these defendants. This is Travis McMichael, that I know.
Feel like you need to make a comment or otherwise demonstrate with respect to the verdict, I do ask that you step out of the courtroom now. Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant Travis McMichael guilty. Count 3, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant Travis McMichael guilty. Count 4, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant Travis McMichael guilty. Count 5, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant Travis McMichael guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant Travis McMichael guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant Travis McMichael guilty. Count 8, false imprisonment. We, the jury, find the defendant Travis McMichael guilty. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant Travis McMichael guilty. Dated this 24th day of November, 2021, signed by the foreperson. Have a seat. As to Gregory McMichael, in the Superior Court of Glynn County, the state of Georgia versus Greg McMichael, case number CR20000433. Jury verdict form. Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, not guilty. Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 3, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 4, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 5, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 8, false imprisonment. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant, Greg McMichael, guilty. This 24th day of November, 2021, signed by the foreperson. As to William R. Bryan, in the Superior Court of Glenn County, State of Georgia versus William R. Bryan, case number CR 2000433, jury verdict form. Count 1, malice murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, not guilty. Count 2, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, not guilty. Count 3, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 4, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 5, felony murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, not guilty. Count 7, aggravated assault. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 8, false imprisonment. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Count 9, criminal attempt to commit a felony. We, the jury, find the defendant, William R. Bryan, guilty. Signed this 24th day of November by the foreperson.
So those were the verdicts back on November 24th, 2021. And now, guys in the chat, guys and gals, gals, and non-binary pals, to quote Kenji. Correct me if I'm wrong. My general understanding of what the prosecution has asked for is that for Travis McMichael, the younger of the two, the murder family, whatever you want to call them, Travis McMichael, they've asked for what they're calling LWOP, life in prison without parole, plus a bunch of years consecutive. For the dad, they've asked for life in prison with the possibility of parole, plus a bunch of years. And then for the neighbor, they've asked for 15 years. Is that, I'm now thinking back because we've already watched a bunch of hours of this today. Is that more or less? Is that more or less what they've asked for? Please keep me honest here. Nobody knows. Oh, that's too bad. Okay. Well, that's a shame. All right. Anyway, that's my general understanding, and they're going to be back any moment. How much is left? We don't really know. It could be about 45 minutes. And then I don't know if immediately the judge will render the sentence. The neighbor, life with parole. Oh, the neighbor was life with parole. Okay. Thank you. Very good. All right. I want to say thanks to Jonathan Kennedy. Jonathan just signed up on my website, joinpacman.com, using the coupon code OBAMNA. If you have any comment or prediction or anything, you can send a super chat. It'll show up over there via YouTube. You can include a message with your Twitch Prime sub. Simbi Art just grabbed the Twitch Prime subscription. So did User, who says, redubbed, love the show. Thank you. You are new member number 34. Also want to say thanks to JD Straightshot, who just gifted a subscription to one lucky viewer on Twitch, putting us at 35. Are we in the middle of a hype train? I think we are. Hold on. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, level 1 complete. Okay, wow. All right, we're on level 2 over on Twitch. Level 2 is one of the higher levels relative to 1 anyway. They should be back in 10 minutes for people asking when they will be back. We're keeping an eye on a number of different channels and different things. They've been gone for, how long have they been gone? They've been gone for about 52 minutes, which suggests they should be back very, very soon. Thanks to Jay Tandaway for gifting 5 subscriptions on Twitch. I really appreciate that. That's really, really great. Let's listen to a few voicemails as people have been calling in with commentary about what has taken place today. Let me go over to my voicemail area. Let's see what we got here.
Hey, David. This is Steve calling from Vancouver, BC, long-time member here. Usually, so I watch the shows, and sometimes I'll go on YouTube to watch like a clip, and then I notice at the end there's ads. And it's just interesting to know a little bit more about you. Found this, that you're wearing these Teddy Stratford shirts. So something that I didn't know. But, yeah, sometimes it's nice to see an ad, but usually, yeah, I'll just watch the full show with no ads. But just an interesting observation.
That's true. No, in the ad for Teddy Stratford, I am wearing a Teddy Stratford shirt. That is 100% accurate. Here's another voicemail.
Hey, David. What are your recommendations in terms of pants, specifically non-jeans, like khakis or slacks or just pants in general? What are your go-to brands? Something that's like comfortable, somewhat affordable, maybe like under $50 for one pant.
Now, that's an interesting thing. When this gentleman says under $50 for one pant, does that mean it's $50 per leg? So the pair of pants is $100, or do they mean under $50 for both legs? That's an interesting question. It's sort of like, is a hot dog a sandwich? That's a really, really interesting question. Listen, I don't have any specific specific brands or anything. My one thing is the following. These are my 2 bits of advice. I am very hesitant to give fashion advice. I mean, look at what I'm wearing, but there's 2 things I want to say. If you're wearing a button-down shirt and the top button is unbuttoned such that the undershirt is visible, make sure you're wearing a V-neck. You don't want a crew neck undershirt visible as like a little, it's almost like a Catholic collar. You know, you don't wear a V-neck undershirt if you're wearing an unbuttoned button-down shirt. And then when it comes to pants, no more pleated pants. You know, pleats, it's all those lines that kind of point to the crotch. It's an old school thing. Pleated pants are out. So whether you're going with a chino or a dress pant or whatever, stay away from those pleats. It's a very, very old-fashioned look, which I think we're beyond right now. So I hope I will not be judged negatively. Bay Photo says, get a poll going on what the sentence will be. It's just so tough because there's 3 different people, and it's hard to get a poll going. But maybe we will do that. If the moderators want to take the lead on that, that would be fine. That would be fine. David, a week or 2 ago, Dr. Raccaniello suggested it's time to lift the restrictions since the virus is low risk for the vaxxed. What are your thoughts? We are trying to get Dr. Raccaniello back on the program. I want to talk to him about that personally. Let me see if it's on the calendar. He's going to be back in about 12 days, and I will ask him. And at that point, we'll have had more time for Omicron to kind of burn through. And so we'll see what he's thinking at the time. But I want to ask him personally before I say more about that. I want to say thank you to Relevant Millennial and D4 Ray for the Twitch Prime subscriptions, putting us at 42 today. Very much appreciate that, guys. No other super chats. Let's go to a couple of other voicemails.
Hi, David. So I used to think that Joe Biden's January 6th speech was a really solid speech, and it is now the next day. Because I thought it was a good speech, I tried to listen to it again and watch it again and read the transcript.
Yeah.
And there's a part about halfway through where I was just so disgusted with the speech that I had to just stop watching it. And this was the bipartisanship stuff. Why are they so obsessed with bipartisanship? It makes no sense to me. This is a democracy. You vote for the people you want, and whoever gets the majority votes wins. It shouldn't matter what party there are. It shouldn't be bipartisan. It should be tripartisan. It should be quadripartisan. It should be pentapartisan. I was just so disgusted to hear that. And this is all we get from the Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, it's this thing of like, how can you find common ground with lunatics? It's certainly a fair question.
Hi, David. Bradley Austin from Austin, Texas.
This is not Bradley Austin. This is Troy York calling again.
Well, Democrats just keep doing it for over a year. We keep hearing about January 6th. January 6th.
It's just he's so mushed mouth. It's so difficult to understand.
Hey, David, I called yesterday. Again, my question was, why do people on the right, every time you criticize, if I criticize a Republican or somebody on the right, they automatically see it as an endorsement of people on the left or the Democrats.
Right.
Like, I made a criticism of Joe Manchin last night, and the first thing my aunt does is snaps and brings up, well, Nancy Pelosi, you know, what the hell does it have to do with Nancy Pelosi? I mentioned something about Joe Manchin. I made a statement of fact about Joe Manchin.
Wow, this guy's shot out of a cannon, but he's completely right. Absolutely and completely right. I want to say thanks to Polyester Helicometic as well for the Twitch Prime subscriptions, number 43 and 44. And I want to invite you, consider this a personal invitation to re-up your Twitch Prime subscription if you are watching on Twitch today. Bay Photo says, anyone else feel Biden's speech yesterday would have been more effective a year ago? I would have loved to see the fire and energy a year ago, sure, but I still think it was a very, very good speech. Other voicemails coming in. Let's see what we've got here.
Hey, David, Sean from Ohio. Been a while since I've called you. I'm asking one very specific question. At what point do we as Americans accept that insurance can deny somebody coverage for a COVID cost if they weren't vaccinated, when they were offered a free vaccine, when they had the opportunity to get the free vaccine, and they did not have a health or religious reason why they didn't get the vaccine? What do you think about that? What are your listeners?
So listen, I really don't have a moral problem with saying, hey, you know what? If there's no valid reason for you not to get a vaccine, if you have a problem as a result, then we get to deny you coverage. I don't have a problem with it morally. I have two problems with it, though. I have a problem with it logistically, and I'm going to give you guys an example. If you get a complication from COVID against which you were unvaccinated by choice, it is very difficult to determine whether it's really a complication from COVID or if it's an issue you would have had anyway. Because COVID is so wide ranging in terms of the types of complications it can cause, how can you say for sure, well, we're not going to cover this asthma because it might have been a result of COVID? That's really difficult. And number two, we don't apply this anywhere else. We don't deny smokers treatment for lung cancer. We don't deny obese people treatment for heart attacks. So I think there's also a problem where if you open this door, so it's not a moral question for me. It's really a more of a logistical question. But it's a question that is being asked a ton. It's being asked a ton. It's murky territory. Take a Hike with Daniel has grabbed a Twitch Prime subscription and is new member number 45 today. Let me make an offer to you guys. Whoever is number 50 on my website today, we're at 45. If you are number 50 at joinpacman.com, I'll send you a free item from my online store. T-shirt, coffee mug, hat, hoodie, whatever you want.
Obama.
Okay, that's an offer I am making right now. Let's see what else we've got here. Other voicemails.
Hey, David, I wanted to give you a question.
I think Marco Rubio might be the most reasonable Republican in the Republican Party. What do you think?
I don't see. So here's the issue. Marco Rubio does not strike me as at all reasonable. And at the same time, I'm struggling to think of a Republican more reasonable than him. So it's sort of a double-edged sword there. I'd have to think about that a little bit more. See what else we've got here.
David, you said on your stream, what is it about Marjorie Taylor Greene's appearance that is so revolting?
Yeah.
I think I have the answer to this. I don't have verification, but she owns a CrossFit gym. She's really into
Is that true? She owns CrossFit gyms?
fitness. She has been for a long time, from what I understand. There's videos of her working out and stuff. I really think what we're seeing is steroids.
I don't know a thing about that. I don't know anything about Marjorie Taylor Greene on steroids. I really could not speak to that, so I'm going to have to opt out of commenting. Let's see what else we've got here. Other voicemails that have been coming in. Let's see what we got here.
Hi, David. Colin Ginch here. Saw your piece the other day about solar and heat pumps and so on, which has been my specialty for the last 30 years or so.
Nice.
We were installing or instrumenting heat pump installations in Indiana back in 1985. And there's some important things that needed to be added to this that are both technical and political at the same time.
Please.
One is that heat pumps are expensive, but reducing the heat required or air conditioning required by the house is quite inexpensive. And it's a well-known procedure. There are people that are trained to do that. It's come and gone in different forms over the years, but generally called an energy audit. And if that's done,
we've had bad luck with audits in this country over the last year.
and it makes the solar system work properly, along with the proper size battery that can be used to exchange power with the grid, charge your car, and so on. So there are obstacles that get in the way of this, which is entrenched utility contracts and so on. But
well, listen, it's a very, very good commentary, and I appreciate it very much. A lot goes into that for sure. I want to say a big thank you to Will Williams, who just signed up on my website, joinpacman.com, and is new member number 46. Remember, number 50 gets a free item from my online store. We are probably 1 to 3 minutes from them returning. Let's see what else we got here.
Hey, David, could we see an image of your penis? Thank you.
What did he say? What was that?
Hey, David, could we see an image of your penis?
Does he say, could we see an image of your penis? Is that what that guy said? It was so unintelligible that the voice to text couldn't even pick it up. Well, let me listen once. That's a bizarre voicemail.
Hey, David, could we see an image of your penis? Thank you.
My God, I think that's what this person is saying. Can we block a voicemail number? Let's see. Oh my God, this is a person who's called 50 times. What on earth? Wow, what a very strange caller. Yeah, I actually think that that's a caller that may have already been reported to the FBI. Anyway, let's, Oh, he wanted to see a picture of my hummus. Oh, that's different. That's very, very different.
So when I first came out to California, I met like this Indian, and he was like, had come from India, and he was like an assassin or something, where he lives. He was fighting like the government.
Okay, well that's pretty compelling stuff. Let's see See what else we've got here.
Hi, David. Matt from Virginia, first-time caller. So, having watched the Youngkin election, and there was some issue with his son trying to vote, I theorized that it was a ploy where if he had lost and his son was able to vote, he would have referenced it, saying, see, even my underage son was able to vote illegally. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, we've theorized the same thing. That is interesting. I am curious where that caller was calling from, because that was pretty interesting. But that, that's certainly something that's been theorized. I want to say thanks to Colors ATK as well as my bag of mangoes for signing up. Numbers 47 and 48. Folks, we're getting really close. Number 50 to sign up on my website, joinpacman.com, gets a free item of your choice from the online store. And the mango is number 49. Folks, that means that the next person to sign up on my website gets the item, depending on your pronunciation and what part of the United States you are from. That's the next one. In terms of a hummus stream, I do have a pretty solid recipe for scratch hummus. It involves really strong elements of chickpeas. I do use tahini. You absolutely want to use tahini. It includes lemon. Parsley is really, really strong. The garbanzos are not homegrown. I do admit that I do buy the garbanzos. I'm not growing the garbanzos, so I guess in that sense it's not totally scratch made. But I would consider, I've actually been thinking of getting one of those head-mounted GoPros like Kenji uses and doing some of my recipes. But it's like, it's one of these things where it's a lot of work, and it's possible nobody's interested in that. But, I could do my famous spicy turkey chili. I don't know. It's something that we could look at. They shouldn't be denied coverage, but unvaccinated citizens should be charged a premium like smokers. Oh, for insurance. That's interesting. Right. If you go and you say, I'm unvaccinated by choice, then you pay more. That's interesting. That's definitely interesting. That's something we could look at. Let's see if I've got any other voicemails here.
David, what are you doing? Brisket is pork.
No, brisket is beef. Brisket is beef. Listen, if anybody here is going to be able to talk to you about brisket, it's me. And I can assure you brisket is beef. It is not pork. It is not pork. It's not even close to pork. I don't even know how to say it. Brisket couldn't be further from pork than, peaches. Let's see what else I've got here. A lot of voicemails are coming in, but many of them are gutter trash. Here's one about Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Hey, David. Just wanted to make one comment, or maybe two comments, regarding Marjorie Taylor Greene piece and Lauren Bubba. You could take the white trash out of the trailer, but you can't take the trailer out of the white trash.
Ooh, oh my God. That is a brutal shot across the bow. I can't approve of that. Because that is extremely, extremely aggressive. It's endlessly prescient, but it is a little too aggressive for this program, but I do appreciate that call. I want to say thank you to Amy Williams. Amy has done something incredible. Amy, you are new member number 50 today with the coupon code OBAMNA. And as a result, you get a free item from my store. Please go to davidpacman.com/gear. Pick out the item you want, the size and the color. Email info@davidpacman.com with that information and your mailing address, and we will get that out to you. I also want to say thank you to Ryan Richardson. Ryan just made a pledge on Patreon. Patreon pledges count double today, which puts us at 52. And then lastly, I want to say thanks to The Mango for both subscribing via Twitch Prime and gifting a Twitch Prime subscription, which puts us all the way up to 54. NH Barracks has sent a Tesla-related super chat and says, I'm a Tesla full self-driving beta tester. Oh, hold on a second. Beta. Exactly. I'm a Tesla full self-driving tester, not even close to being a finished product, although marketed as being very close. Thoughts on having people pay $10K to test software for a company who use subsidies with taxpayer money? Seems like fraud.
Fraud.
Exactly. So here's my view. In my vehicle, I did the Tesla full self-driving. And I am now at the point where I am going to be returning the vehicle and getting a new one. And I am not paying for FSD. Listen, I have been a Tesla shareholder for 7 years. I am a user of the product. I did it. And I am not going to do it on the next one because I agree. It's just not there. It is just not there. We are live.
And not merged those into the felony murder counts which were vacated by operation of law. I want to make a separate argument. This is the first time we heard of this morning. I know of no law that prohibits the court from conducting merger before the vacating of the by operation of law. So in other words, if you were to merge the underlying felony...
She's sort of talking about order of operations. Remember, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally from algebra class. She's doing it applied here to charges.
Even need to consider this. But in Noel, this Georgia Supreme Court case, this court concluded that the trial court had failed to sentence on the underlying felonies that were the predicates for those felony murder counts that were vacated by operation of law, but did not automatically say that the trial court erred in not sentencing on those. In Noel, the Supreme Court ordered the trial court to make a determination, and I quote, whether the remaining non-murder felonies merge as a matter of fact into the felony murder conviction, and that's why the case was remanded back. And interestingly, in the Noel case, the Hewlett case is cited, 296 Georgia 49. That's a 2014 Georgia Supreme Court case. Same issue as before about the felony murders being vacated by operation of law. And then but in Hewlett, it was a malice murder case as well. But it gave some instruction, and I suppose that's why the Noel court relied on Hewlett, gave some instruction about whether there would in fact be merger. And in Hewlett, the important distinction was whether the felony that then led to felony murder was followed almost immediately by the death of another. So the question was whether there was a, quote, deliberate interval between the offense and the death. For those reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court to find as a matter of fact that those felonies do merge and that there is no reason and no statutory obligation for the court to sentence on the other remaining felonies that the state wishes to proceed on.
So I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is there's no deliberate interval then, because there are other cases.
Yes, I'm sorry, I just realized that I put that. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Your Honor, that all of this took place in a continuing manner, that there was no stop and start between the beginning of the chase, we'll call it, and the end, which led to the tragic death. So for that reason, I think that it can be distinguished from some of the other cases that Ms. Dunikoski may be relying on. But it certainly stands for the proposition that simply because the felony murders are vacated by operation of law does not mean that the underlying felonies have to be sentenced upon. They don't still exist. They aren't still there. There still is a question of merger by operation of fact.
Okay.
All right?
This is live, folks. This is live.
So, between the two statutory sentencing options that are before this court, the state is asking for the sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And they made that position known back in September of 2020, specifically September 16th of 2020, when they filed a notice of the state's intention to introduce evidence in aggravation of punishment. And in that notice, Your Honor, under the final box that's checked, the state indicated that it intended to seek life without the possibility of parole by relying upon three statutory code sections: 1651, which is simply the murder statute; 1710-2, which is the statute of criminal procedure that provides for what we're doing here today, the presentation of evidence in support of any sentence that each party is seeking. And finally, 1710-6.1 is the third code section on which the state relied in seeking life without the possibility of parole. And in that code section, that is, as the court knows, sets forth the inability for any individual who is incarcerated for the first time on an aggravating, on a violent felony, which results in a sentence of life with the possibility of parole, to not be considered for any form of release or parole until after the service of 30 years in prison. Those were the reasons the state said we seek punishment of the defendant in this manner. And at the top of their notice of seeking aggravation of punishment, the state indicated in September of 2020 that they intend to introduce evidence of any convictions, juvenile adjudications, and other crimes of the defendant furnished as part of the reciprocal discovery. What the court knows is that there are no other crimes and no other pieces of evidence that support that statutory ground for seeking aggravation of punishment. So in the absence of that sort of evidence, which is the evidence the state indicated back in September it would provide, an absence, as the court knows from the bond hearing and having had those documents provided to it, there is an absence of any criminal history by Greg McMichael, which is a significant factor in your consideration of what sentence to impose. So, without any of the aggravating evidence that was set forth in the notice, the state has told this court now, we wish to simply rely on the facts of the case. And in particular, what Ms. Dunikoski argued is, number one, what she called a pattern of vigilantism. But every example she gave, Your Honor, was not, in fact, vigilantism, gathering up folks who have no authority to do so and taking the law in your own hands. Her examples were notifications that Greg McMichael made to law enforcement about suspicious activity and suspicious people in their neighborhood. And in fact, that is exactly what a neighborhood watch.
This seems stronger than Travis McMichael's lawyer so far.
Officer Rash testified to you, we can't survive without neighbors who will let us know what's going on and provide us the evidence we need to investigate crime. Very different and not at all related to some sort of pattern of vigilantism, which is a violent act. The second fact on which the state said that they were relying based on the facts of the case to seek an aggravation of punishment from a life with parole, meaning no consideration for anything less than 30 years, all the way up to life with absolutely no window of opportunity, is that Greg McMichael has shown no remorse or empathy. The difficulty of our adversarial system, a system that is the best system we know of, is that it still leaves no opportunity for an accused to turn and be the person you know he's been for 66 years, and offer condolences to another person for their sadness and for their loss. The other problem with the adversarial system that I know all too well is that an individual who is committed to telling the stories, to explaining to a jury how an individual got where they are right now, often feels like a defense attack on the surviving relatives of this loved one.
That's true.
A vigorous defense often results in the sadness of people who have lost a loved one. But those are the roles that we honorably take on. Our remaining stoic in the face of heartbreaking testimony this morning from people who have lost a loved one is because that's our role in this courtroom. This court has very handily taken care of emotional outbursts to make sure that we're dealing with law and facts, and not the kind of thing that can otherwise affect a court or a system that should remain free of those sorts of emotions. So, Your Honor, like Mr. Rubin said, it really isn't anything that I suspect the court will be taking into consideration, the fact that Greg McMichael didn't and couldn't stand up and offer his genuine sadness and condolence for the loss of a loved one, because he's facing other crimes. He's facing charges and trials on other crimes, criminally and civilly. And I hope the court knows that what we need to do to tell his story in any case involving justification, of which there was sufficient evidence to move forward with a request to charge, is that there has to be a clear, palpable, full-throated explanation to a jury about how it is that an individual put himself in a place where our clients felt they had to defend themselves. It must be terribly difficult to hear when it concerns your loved one who's no longer here. And it probably feels cold. But the court knows those are our roles, and it's the only way to make sure that our system operates as it should. So, Your Honor, with no statutory aggravating circumstances, like in a death penalty case, how do you decide? We now know there are no statutory aggravators based on the notice. We now have told you about how the factors that the state said arise out of the trial actually escalate this out of life with parole to life without parole. I suggest to the court that we rely on a wonderful system that the federal United States sentencing guidelines set up and the United States Code, and that's you look at two things. You look at the nature and circumstances of the offense, and you look at the history and the characteristics of the defendant. Let's talk, number one, about the nature and circumstance of the offense. The best indicator of what happened in order to respect the jury's verdict is to listen to the jury's verdict. The jury found that Greg McMichael, as a party to the crime, committed felonies that unintentionally led to Ahmaud Arbery's death. After deliberating for over 10 hours, over 2 days, they came back with a unanimous verdict that says, in effect, Greg McMichael did not leave his home that day hoping to kill. He did not view his son firing that shotgun with anything other than fear and sadness. What this jury found is that this was an unintentional act, one that Greg McMichael did not plan, devise, attempt, or seek to have the result that happened.
Thanks real quick to Melina Destiny Bennell II for hosting us. Welcome to the 2,000 people watching us. We're getting very close to the sentencing here of the 3 men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. Could be 20, 30 minutes.
Never intended that tragic result that took place on February 23rd. If you never wanted another person to die as a result of activities you took part in, you can't be the worst of the worst. Secondly, Your Honor, under 1710-2, the things that this court should consider, you should take in account extenuating or mitigating evidence that you heard in trial.
Strong sip there.
Heard in trial based on the presentation of evidence over several days that Greg McMichael sought to detain Ahmaud Arbery for one reason and one reason only. It was not for sport. It was not for evil. It was for the same reason that the police who repeatedly came to Satila's shores came there for. It was to get to the bottom of Ahmaud Arbery's nighttime intrusion into Larry English's house. The verdict spoken by this jury, based on their understanding of the law of citizen's arrest, found that Greg McMichael did not possess the information he needed to possess to attempt to execute a citizen's arrest, and that meant that Travis was not in a position to defend himself because he was the initial aggressor, if there was no citizen's arrest that could be supported by the facts and the law. That is the offense that you heard. A reason that is not an evil reason, not a reason of hate, not a reason of anything other than trying to help other people to get to the bottom of this inquiry. Further support of extenuating and mitigating circumstances from the trial you saw in the video itself. As painful as it was to watch, I'm sure the court does recall that when you saw Greg McMichael in the back of the pickup truck, in the bed of the pickup truck, not directing, not doing anything that's going to be the person who's advancing the progression of this from the chase, the attempt to stop and detain Ahmaud Arbery into what it ultimately became, you most importantly saw that Greg McMichael never even sought to remove his handgun from its holster until after you heard the first shot that took place in front of that pickup truck. So while he's on the phone begging for 911 to come and help, that is the moment he removed his handgun and never fired a shot. That is the nature and the circumstances of the offense that this court heard and upon which the jury reached their verdict. So now, the history and the characteristics of Greg McMichael.
Yeah, I mean, it's an impossible task, and she's really going to take every opportunity, which is her job.
person's character. Greg McMichael is 66 years old. So, Ms. Dunikoski, there has not been just 99 good deeds, but more like thousands and thousands of big and little good acts of kindness, charity, goodwill throughout this man's life. Greg McMichael is a good man. He's not a perfect person. None of us are. But he's lived a good life, a life dedicated to service. And that does count for something. The choices he made as a young man, all the way through the rest of his life, to serve, not to acquire wealth, not to do anything that brought extreme attention to himself, but to quietly go through the business of choosing career options to help other people. You heard at the bond hearing and during the trial of this case, Greg McMichael chose as a young man to serve this country by enlisting in the Navy. And after an honorable discharge, some years later decided to serve his community. Over 30 years in law enforcement. He was not a patrol officer, then later a detective, then later an investigator with the DA's office because he sought power. There was no evidence of anything like that. There were never any complaints about him being aggressive, about him seeking to take matters in his own hands without seeking the appropriate backups. He was not a gun-toting, aggressive officer. His wife testified during the bond hearing. One matter of pride that Greg McMichael always had is that he never had to discharge his weapon during the service of his community. And of course, he wasn't a law enforcement officer or an investigator for the DA's office for money. That's laughable. He did it to help, he did it to serve and protect other people. His post file that the court had into evidence during the bond hearing indicated numbers of commendations and notes from people in the community indicating how grateful they were for his willingness to participate in a case, for his willingness to go the extra mile, for his kindness to families of people who had lost loved ones. Things that are above and beyond the work that he needed to do. Those examples of commitment, of empathy and kindness are further examples of who Greg McMichael is. He is a husband for over 38 years through thick and thin to the woman that he met and married months later. He's a son, a brother, a father, and a devoted grandfather. So yes, that's how I stand before you, Your Honor, representing Greg McMichael, who has now been convicted of murder, and I say without hesitation, he remains a man of goodness.
Wow.
For 66 years.
Oh, I thought she was done.
I calculated that's 24,105 days of life on this planet.
Oof.
And we're here, not for a small matter, not as if all of the other erases what happened on that day, but we are here for a driveway decision to pursue Ahmaud Arbery and a 5-minute chase that ended in tragedy. He needs to be punished. But how that contrast between a life of goodwill and service and the bad decisions that were made that day, that resulted in a tragedy that the jury said unanimously he never intended could end up in the state seeking the sort of sentence that is devised for the worst of the worst is not consistent. In many courtrooms, Your Honor, that I appear in, right behind the judge, and it might be that way in Chatham County, there is the seal of the state of Georgia. And our Georgia state seal has 3 words on it: wisdom, justice, but most importantly, moderation. Life without parole versus life with the possibility of parole may be nothing more than academic for a 66-year-old man with significant health problems.
Wow.
Because it means 30 years, at the very least, in prison. But it is an important distinction. It will affect all sorts of other things that could happen to Greg McMichael while he's in prison. But most significantly, it is the only way, Your Honor, to honor the jury's verdict that Greg McMichael committed crimes for which he never intended the result. For that reason, for the lack of evidence of aggravation, for the presence of significant evidence of extenuation and mitigation, we ask the court to sentence Mr. McMichael to life with the possibility of parole.
That's the second of 3 responses from defense. The third will be attorney Kevin Guff for Roddy Bryan. He is often the most long-winded.
Mr. Goff.
And this could be 5 minutes. This could be an hour.
We're going to need a short recess before we proceed. I need to triple check a matter.
It's going to be so long, in fact, that he wants a break. It's going to be so long.
Well, let's make it realistic. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back on the record at 1:45. Thank you.
So Kevin Guff, known for being extraordinarily long-winded, asking for a recess, and he may be going for a very, very, very long time. I am giving my complete layperson opinion. I am not getting the sense that the judge is likely to be particularly moved by the first 2 statements from defense counsel. We will ultimately see. We will ultimately see what the deal is with that. Thanks to Captain Smiles, Blueberry Babe, Faye DeFluorite, Drake, and Hash Brown for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. I really appreciate that. Also, big thank you to Jennifer Boyle for signing up on my website. Jonathan Torres as well, putting us at 61. We are in a very brief 10-minute recess. I will take it as well, refill my water, and then we will be right back with it. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're in a very short break here. We're sort of starting to get to the end, I think, at least I hope. The next thing will be that attorney Kevin Guff, who's the attorney for Roddy Bryan, is going to speak. He is going to issue some kind of a defense in mitigation, and we will see that, and then we will see the final rebuttal from the prosecution, and then presumably at that point in time, we will get the verdict. Now, I did want to see here. I had one item for you guys. This is just sort of kind of a funny thing of how truly ignorant and weaponized the disinformation from the Fox News host Maria Bartiromo has become. One of the big pieces of economic news today was that the unemployment rate is down to 3.9%. Now, you might say, David, sir, 3.9, that the unemployment rate is not the only thing that matters. And of course, I would agree with you, but this is just so funny. Here's Maria Bartiromo under Trump talking about how fantastic of an accomplishment it is that we got the unemployment rate down to 3.9. You know, she's just a hypocrite.
I think the rally is really important for the president. You could see that he gets empowered by all the crowds. I mean, it really energizes him. But if he does not communicate his record, no one will. I mean, we talk about it obviously on Fox all the time. But when you look at some of the accomplishments, wages up 2.8% year over year, unemployment rate 3.9%, economic growth 4.1%.
These are pretty basic numbers, which under Joe Biden, they don't care about. But under Trump, they were just evidence of, you know, all these great things. You guys know that these people are total hypocrites and you really can't, you just can't listen to the things that they say. But just a bit of a note for you guys. Okay, let's get back, if we can, to a few more voicemails while we have the opportunity here, although I do expect them to be back very soon. Let me just pull these up here for everybody. Okay, let's listen.
Hello, David. This is Anne-Marie. I'm a member of your channel. And what I have to say that what upsets me so much is that we're considering the way the right wing acts and thinks in a political ideology instead of what it is. It's a mental pathology.
Wow.
And I read something that Dr. Brandy Lee, I think it is,
Bandy X Lee, former guest on the program, indeed,
on her Twitter, and she said, once we allow pathology to be just another political ideology.
Excellent point. I see the point you're making, Anne-Marie. Excellent point. Let's get back to the case here.
All right, we're back on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. Mr. Goff.
Kevin Goff here.
Let me begin by making clear that nothing I say should constitute a withdrawal or abandonment of any other sentencing-related or punishment-related motions previously filed. Beyond that, if this were any other case, when it comes to sentencing, I'd be turning to Ms. Donikoski and saying, Judge, what she said. I agree in a lot of ways that the sentence recommended by the state should be the judgment of the court. But this is not a normal case, and out of
we should do over-under on how long this guy talks. It could be a very, very long time.
And there is one issue that the state's sentencing recommendation did not address. I'm pretty sure I know what the answer would be. It won't take them long to give it, but I would put it on the record. Your Honor, like Travis and Gregory McMichael, Roddy Bryan is a first offender. He has no prior felony convictions. Like Travis and Greg McMichael, Roddy Bryan has lived a life, however well lived, that warrants an opportunity and potential for redemption and rehabilitation. I would ask the court to consider the entirety of the record in the case, including the transcripts of the pretrial proceedings, including the bond hearing in this case. I'm not going to go through a whole bunch of Roddy's family history and circumstances. I know the court is familiar with them. The McMichael defense teams have argued elegantly and persuasively for sentences of life with the possibility of parole, based on the grounds that I've previously discussed. And like the McMichaels, there's no evidence that Mr. Bryan is depraved or among the worst of the worst, and therefore Roddy Bryan should likewise be allowed the possibility of parole. And there is an argument here as to whether or not the life without parole option is an option before the court in this case. I didn't think the state had filed a notice of intent to seek life without parole, and apparently they did file the notice. I'm not sure whether they had intended to withdraw the notice beforehand or what happened.
Man.
But in this case, the notice, which I don't recall receiving, was filed in September 2020. It was emailed to a Sea Island address, not mine, which would be consistent with it not having been properly served. And I would take the position that due to a technicality beyond the control of the state in this case and beyond the control of the court, and the service was by the previous Chief Assistant, Jesse Evans, in this case.
Oh, boy.
That technically, not having been served as provided in the certificate of service, that the notice is defective. There still remains an issue as to whether the court can impose sentence anyway without that notice. And that would require the courts resolving two competing statutes. You have the sentencing statute itself, and then you have 1716(4) under which the notice was provided. We would suggest a rule of lenity indicates that where the notice has not been served, or there's not proof of proper service, that the court doesn't have discretion to impose a sentence of life without parole. I'll let the court think about that. It may be an academic question anyway, particularly given the state's recommendation, which we're certainly not going to disagree with. But going beyond that issue, Your Honor, while Mr. Bryan is also a first offender and also worthy of rehabilitation based on the life that he's lived, as the evidence reflects, that's where the similarity between Roddy Bryan and the McMichael defendants ends. And I would submit to the court that that isn't the beginning of the sentencing inquiry for Mr. Bryan, the end of the sentencing inquiry for Mr. Bryan. I would respectfully submit that it's the beginning. Now, before getting into that, I do want to address one other. Lawyers probably shouldn't use the word technical arguments, but
oh my God.
I would contend that count 9 merges into count 8. I don't think alleging separate streets that the chase is occurring on changes it. If someone was chased through the city of Savannah, I don't think that you could argue that there were 15 different attempts at false imprisonment or 15 different false imprisonments. If you went down Montgomery and up MLK and across Broughton and up the President and down Julian, I don't think you could multiply counts that way.
I think that's a fair argument.
9 is an inchoate offense that obviously merges into 8. And because the motor vehicle that was used in this case was used in the context of the chase, there's a factual merger. And I think it's more or less the same argument that Ms. Hogue was making, but I could be mistaken. And so I want to adopt her argument as well to the extent it's expansive beyond mine, and specifically a recitation of the Knoll and the Hewlett cases. Having done that, I want to get into what I think is where the sentencing inquiry for Mr. Bryan really begins, because this is a kind of unusual case.
He hasn't even started yet.
To me, there are 4 additional factors that the court has to consider in fashioning a sentence here. And then the question becomes how the court does that under the laws of our state. We've already challenged those laws. The court, not surprisingly, given prior decisions of our Supreme Court, whatever standards may be evolving until the Supreme Court says they have, this court applies the law that we have. But there are 4 factors here that I think the court has to the court never has to consider anything I think the court should consider. Issue number 1 is the jury verdict says that Roddy Bryan was not a party to the shooting, nor a shooter. Roddy did not kill Mr. Arbery. He did not attempt to kill Mr. Arbery. He did not intend to kill Mr. Arbery. He had no idea that the McMichaels had guns until moments before the shooting. And that's not just an opinion, that's pretty much a jury verdict. When they acquitted Mr. Bryan, not only of count 1, but also count 2 and count 6, when they found him not guilty of anything related to the shooting, that's a reflection of the fact that Mr. Bryan had no idea of what was about to happen. That tragedy was certainly not something that he could have anticipated up until the moments before. And by saying that, I'm not trying to get back into the charge conference issues. It's a different factor here at sentencing. But Roddy Bryan was not a vigilante. He was not a party to any organized effort to fight crime in Satilla Shores. Roddy Bryan really had no idea what was going on or why until after the tragic death of Mr. Arbery. And I think the state pretty forcefully drove that issue home during its closing argument in this case. That factor really puts Mr. Bryan in a different position. Mr. Bryan isn't the one who brought a gun. He was unarmed. And I think that reflects his intentions and it reflects a significantly lesser state of culpability. The second issue, Your Honor, is the issue of remorse. Now, like the McMichael defendants, Mr. Bryan faces a federal trial and substantial federal penalties in the event of a conviction. And I would agree with Mr. Rubin that no competent attorney in the state of Georgia under these circumstances would allow a defendant to say anything more than they already have. But in this case, distinguishing again Mr. Bryan from the McMichael defendants, Mr. Bryan has expressed remorse. Whether it's part of the record or not, he expressed remorse about Mr. Arbery's death even before he was arrested on national television. As the Arbery family, of course, has not accepted that, and they don't have to, Your Honor, and we can all understand why. But beyond that, when you look at his statements in this case, I think it is readily clear that while Mr. Bryan has disputed and continues to dispute whether things that he did that day constituted crimes, he has never questioned the tragedy of this death and has never expressed anything but remorse over the death of Mr. Arbery.
I'm very concerned at the number of papers that are in front of this guy.
I would submit in a very different posture from the other defendants. And I would remind the court, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because the court heard most of this, but during the trial, the court heard the body cam from Mr. Minshew. Mr. Bryan admitted from the get-go that he chased after Mr. Arbery, that he was uncertain as to whether they should have done that. He wasn't running around the scene trying to influence witnesses' testimony, as the state alleges other people have done. He was very candid and straightforward, and you heard his demeanor on the video at the crime scene. You heard the excerpt from the interview with Detective Lowry, and of course the court has the entire statements in the record, where Mr. Bryan expressed, again, regret that Mr. Arbery died. He pointed out that, if his vehicle had collided with Mr. Arbery, maybe Mr. Arbery would still be alive. And not in the context of wanting to hurt Mr. Arbery, but in the context that maybe he would still be with us. And this tragedy might have been something less.
This is a little nuts, guys.
Beyond that, Your Honor, there were a number of statements made to investigator Sechrest, Special Agent Sechrest, during the investigation of this case, which technically, I believe the statements themselves, the transcripts and the videos were admitted into evidence at the Jackson v. Deno hearing. At least that's my practice. I don't have a transcript to look at, but that's normally what I do. And moreover, I think they were tendered in connection with the preparation for the trial itself, and I think technically during the trial, they weren't presented to the jury, but the court can consider those. On May 11th, Mr. Bryan, I'm referencing page 69 of that transcript, indicated that he did not want to see the video in the aftermath of the shooting. He didn't enjoy it. He didn't take any pleasure in that. On May 13th, at page 75, Roddy Bryan expressed shock to Agent Sechrest at the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery. referencing page 100 of the transcript. Roddy thought it was that what Mr. assumed, thinking might be putting too much credit to Mr. Bryan, Roddy Bryan assumed that Mr. Arbery had done something more serious, that there was more to it than going through an open, unsecured construction site. And that doesn't change the lawfulness or unlawfulness of his conduct, but it does reflect on his level of remorse. At page 101, Mr. Bryan says that to Agent Sechrist.
It's so weird because the entire trial, this guy just seems like a terrible lawyer to non-lawyers like me. And there's been no real good explanation from any lawyer that I've read about, like, how this guy is actually a competent lawyer. But I think he's considered a good lawyer in Georgia. I don't know.
He's not going around boasting to people or bragging about it. He's regretful way back then. And that is before he was arrested. At page 102, he regretted having got involved in the chase. And, Your Honor, I think when you take those statements in conjunction with the rest of the evidence in this case, Mr. Bryan has done everything he could do, short of confessing to committing felonies on national television, that he is remorseful and regretful at this tragic loss of life. And it's difficult for me to conceive what more he could do. Now, is the Arbery family going to be satisfied with that? No, they don't have to be satisfied with that. You have to give credit. 3 members of his family came up here and probably did what were the most difficult things they've ever had to do, is to come speak here in this court on national television effectively about the death of their child and their brother. And that's difficult. But whether or not they accept Mr. Bryan's expression of sorrow and remorse for the death of Mr. Arbery, it's for the court to decide whether Mr. Bryan has expressed remorse, and if he has, what to do about it. And the court may well decide there's nothing the court can do about it. The felony murder statute prescribes one punishment, a mandatory minimum of life. And I'm not reviewing the legal argument there. But if there's a way the court can take it into account, I'm going to argue that the court should. The last issue, Your Honor, and I think the court is well familiar with it, is Mr. Bryan's full cooperation with law enforcement from day one, from moment one, from minutes after the shooting. I'm not going to belabor all the different things Mr. Bryan did, producing the cell phone, the night out video, the numerous statements, going through the area where the shooting took place with the police to help them understand what happened that day. On a scale of cooperation, you'd have to put Mr. Bryan at a 10 out of 10, even a 12 out of 10. I've never seen a defendant provide that kind of cooperation. Most of it.
No one has cooperated like Roddy Bryan.
Slick lawyers didn't tell Roddy Bryan to turn over the cell phone, to talk on the scene on the body cams, to go down hours later to the police department. Roddy Bryan did that because he wanted the truth to be known, whatever that was, whatever it meant. So these are all factors above and beyond anything that apply to the McMichael defendants as to why Mr. Bryan should receive a lesser sentence. Now, the mandatory minimum in Georgia is life imprisonment on a felony murder. I'm not going to rehash the legal arguments. What I am going to suggest to the court, though, and given the age of the defendants here, whether Mr. Bryan is eligible for parole or not, he's going to be 80 years old under the current guidelines before he could be eligible for parole. And effectively, even if the court grants life without parole sentences, as the state has requested, to the McMichaels, simply giving Mr. Bryan a sentence of life with the possibility of parole, still, given the respective ages, means that he would essentially serve the same sentence and that there would be no options there. So I'm asking this court to consider sentencing Mr. Bryan and Mr. Bryan only under OCGA 17-10-1B, which, at least in my experience, is relatively rarely employed, but perhaps underused, especially given the evolving standards of with respect to sentencing issues. Under 1710(1)B, as I understand it, a request for relief from parole restrictions may authorize consideration by the parole board of parole prior to the completion of any specified time period otherwise required prior to parole eligibility. Imposing sentence under this statute does not grant Mr. Bryan parole. He still may never receive parole. He could still die in prison 50 years from now, even if the court grants relief under 1710(1)B. All that does, however, is it gives the parole board the freedom, if you call it that, the ability to parole Mr. Bryan whenever they see fit, regardless of any statute or rule that would otherwise prevent it. Now, Mr. Bryan still has a long road here to establish the redemption and the rehabilitation that would justify his ever being released from prison. So, as I've explained to Mr. Bryan, this doesn't guarantee him that he would do 1 day less in prison than he would otherwise do under the sentence that the court is about to impose. But what it does do is provide the opportunity for the parole board to exercise its discretion in deciding whether to release Mr. Bryan when they believe it would be appropriate and not based on some arbitrary, preconceived, mandatory minimum time period before he could be considered. And I believe that this is that rare, exceptional case where relief under 1710(1)B, however fleeting it might be, depending on the circumstances, that this is a case where that would be appropriate. And I would respectfully submit to the court that as a practical matter, it's really the only relief that the court can give Mr. Bryan to reflect his cooperation, his expression of remorse, and the other factors that I've reviewed with the court today. And that doesn't change the sentencing recommendation. I'm concurring with the state, putting aside the legal arguments about merger and vacating of sentences. I'm agreeing with them that the sentence of life plus 15 consecutive probation, that would be the appropriate sentence in this case. I think the only thing that we really are disagreeing about at this point is I'm expecting the state is not going to be excited about 1710(1)B, but I'm asking the court to do that anyway. And in this relatively small instance, and again, it may be completely meaningless depending on how the parole board views things 10 and 20 years down the line, but it is really the only thing short of striking down parts of Georgia's sentencing law on constitutional grounds. It's really the only thing this court can do that would substantially reflect the wide...
If any of us ever are sentenced, the fact that we sat through this guy's speech should count towards our time served.
It's really, it's all that this court really has available to do that. And if for no other reason, that's why I would ask the court to do so. But I do think it would be in the best interest of justice. I mean, Your Honor, Roddy Bryan probably, I won't say he's unique, but he's pretty as close to unique as you can get in our criminal justice system. It's a felony murder for someone who didn't kill or attempt to kill or intend to kill, and it's in the context of a citizen arrest. However foolish and badly guided and misinformed, and certainly, however, unjustified under the law, there probably isn't another individual in the entire Georgia prison system that's in a similar posture. And thanks to the changes the legislature has made to the citizen arrest statute, it will certainly never be an issue again. So this is a request that we're making here on behalf of Mr. Bryan that would effectively impact one person now or in the future in the state of Georgia. And we're not asking that as special treatment for Mr. Bryan. We're asking it as treatment that anyone in his situation would be asking for, given the totality of circumstances present to the court. So again, we're asking the court to impose a sentence of life imprisonment plus 15 years, but we're also asking the court to grant relief under 1710(1)B. Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. And with that, Kevin Goff sits down.
Thank you, Mr. Goff.
I believe there is now a state
from the state
rebuttal.
because there's a number of legal issues as well as additional argument by the state, is there any particular order you'd like to hear it in? Would you like me to start with Mr. Bryan first and work backward, or just go from Travis and...
Why don't we, however the state wishes to present it, I'll be able to follow it, I would imagine.
Wonderful. Okay,
Wow.
Judge. So regarding Mr. Bryan, with regard
Please proceed,
first
Governor.
to this parole board issue, 1710(1)B actually says that it will apply only to first offenders, where technically Mr. Bryan is a first offender. He doesn't qualify under the first offender statute because anyone convicted of felony murder, you're not allowed to sentence them under the first offender statute. So we have that problem first. But the second problem is that it refers back to A. And subsection A of 1710(1) actually says, except in cases in which life imprisonment, life without parole, or the death penalty may be imposed, and then goes through. So B can't even apply to anything that imposes a life sentence. Wow. And that's how the state is reading this, because when you look at B, the judge, in fixing the sentence as prescribed in subsection A of this code section, subsection A says except for life sentences. So therefore, none of this will ever apply to a felony murder conviction. And then...
Wow. If that's true.
Count 9 merging into count 8. I understand factually the issue that Mr. Goff has brought up on behalf of Mr. Bryan, that two separate instances, one, an attempt to confine him taking place on Burford, was just a continuation of something that was going on and on and on and on. Ironically, that was not the argument that Mr. Goff made at trial during his closing argument. He actually started to posit that Mr. Bryan was actually leaving and wanting to go home, and just happened to go in the wrong direction back down Holmes, and that he wasn't actually trying to commit a false imprisonment on Holmes. He was just trying to go home. But regardless, what we have here is an intervening factor. I didn't know Mr. Goff was going to make this argument, but I believe there's a case out there that involves aggravated assault and aggravated battery. And it involved a man who had cut the female victim's throat and then also cut her face. The aggravated battery was on the face, the aggravated assault was on the throat, but there was an intervening time frame. And so on the one hand, I do know that there are numerous cases out there where if you start shooting at somebody and then continue to shoot, it's all one aggravated assault. Okay, there aren't separate aggravated assaults for each time you fire, unless there is an intervening actual time frame where you've shot, they've run away, you've chased them down, and now you're over on another street, like we have in this case, you've encountered them again, and now you start shooting again. Because there's two different locations, two different specific places and times, that allows the state to charge it. And the reason it allows the state to charge it is because what you're really trying to do is prevent the state from engaging in double jeopardy. You don't want the state to be able to go on January 3rd on Burford, no, on, well, I'll do our case. On February 23rd, 2020 on Burford, you attempted to falsely imprison him. Oh, not guilty. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and move it over to Holmes and we'll get a new indictment and we'll do it over there on that date. So you want to keep the state from going ahead and doing two different things and two different bites of the apple. You want to make sure there's no double jeopardy here. Well, in our case, we don't have double jeopardy here because we have two different separate instances, and they're both in this indictment, and they're both two separate time frames. Yes, very close in time, between 4 minutes. I know I'm kind of giving the court both the defense side and the state side, but to be candid with the court, there are cases out there, especially the gunshot cases, that say it's all one continuous action. The state's position in this indictment, and one of the reasons we specifically indicted it this way, is because Mr. Bryan's attempt at false imprisonment on Burford was specifically done with his pickup truck when he tried to run Mr. Arbery off the road and tried to attempt to falsely imprison him right there with his truck. He attempted 4 different aggravated assaults on him at that point in time to get him to stop there. He was unable to do it. That's why it's a criminal attempt. However, over on Holmes, after he went up and chased him up, and then we begin the video, and Mr. Arbery turns back, Mr. Bryan does continue to go up Holmes. He actually goes up Holmes. It's on video. He pulls into a driveway. He says, I'm going to go ahead and keep going. He does a 3-point turn. And then he comes down Holmes. He encounters then Mr. Arbery coming around the corner. And that is where that actual false imprisonment absolutely takes place, right there on Holmes, where Mr. Arbery is ultimately falsely imprisoned and killed. So these are two separate, distinct incidences, and there is no chance of double jeopardy because both of these things are distinct. They took place at separate places and separate time frames within the incident. So we ask that count 9.
It's crazy how much better she is than these other lawyers, obviously affected by the fact that she has the facts on her side.
The way we're doing this, I did want to point the court to another case with respect to this issue that's been drawn back to the merger issue that I raised, and that is, the point is whether or not it's a continuing offense.
What is this person holding right here? Is she on oxygen? What is that? Do you guys see that? What is that?
Moved, and asportation occurs. All the places during that movement are one crime. And I'll cite to the court Hill versus the state, 279, Georgia App 666, a 2006 case that's cited in Broward.
It's a dictation device of some kind?
8 Georgia App 699, a 2009 case. It says that the offense of kidnapping is complete when, in this instance, Broward sees the victims.
Oh, is it because this lawyer is off mic, so it's being repeated?
And when he taped up and moved the attorney from place to place in the office. So the movement is the question is, if kidnapping is not a continuing offense, then
she is not going for this argument, is she?
I've done a search and I just don't have the answer to that.
And we'll keep the state to its argument. Understanding that with the kidnapping, the issue here I think is slightly different. As I understand what the state's arguing is the way that false imprisonment and the attempt was alleged in the indictment was that the attempt occurred on Burford. There was an intervening interval. And then later, short period later, but later, there was a completed act on Holmes.
That's the argument.
Okay, that's the argument that I understand is being presented. And that's why I'm going to look at the merger part of it. Now, how that fits and whether or not it merges, I'm probably going to take a few more moments to think that through and how that works. But that's what I understand we're looking at as far as the legal issues. I understand the kidnapping part of it. You have a kidnapping, just because you move them within the office, we're not going to allege it. Flip side of that is, you look at some other statutes like I won't tip at windmills, but when you look at police chases, you can be charged with obstruction 5 times in the same chase. So, the issue may seem simple, but it's not. But this is the way I'm going to approach it. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. And I believe the reason for the merger really comes down to the issue of double jeopardy, because you have to put the defendant on notice, because you do not want there to be an opportunity for the state to come back with double jeopardy, which is why you want to get as specific as possible, and which is what we did in order to designate these two separate instances in time and in place. So that is the state's argument as far as count 9 merging into count 8. And that is what I have for Mr. Goff. Now, Your Honor, with regard to the legal argument that Ms. Hogue made on behalf of Greg McMichael, actually, Noel was then cited in the case of Jeremy Scott, who killed Dexter Holliday. It was a Fulton County case. Embarrassed to say it was my own. And in that case, we had to resentence Mr. Scott because what the court did was sentenced him on the felony murder conviction, but then actually when he was found guilty of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, the court went and took the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, merged it into the felony murder, then merged the felony murder into the felony murder for the armed robbery. And the court went and cited to Noel. And this is Scott versus the state, 302 Georgia 29. It's a 2017 case. The state notes that, based on Noel versus the state, the trial court erred in merging the felony murder convictions and then merging the predicate felonies into the remaining murder conviction. When the trial court sentenced Scott on count 2, the felony murder based on aggravated assault, count 3, felony murder based on possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, was vacated by operation of law. Therefore, count 6, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, then cannot merge into count 3, which stands vacated. We therefore vacate the merger of count 6 into count 3, meaning the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, into the felony murder that it's based on, and remand for resentencing on count 6. Now, factually, you are a convicted felon at the moment you're shooting that person. It happens at the exact same time. So I think that kind of goes towards that, well, if it's all happening at the same time, it needs to merge together. And I will also direct the court to a case I affectionately call the El Camino case. Once again, unfortunately mine. This is DeMarcus Graves. It is Graves versus the state, 298, Georgia, 551, once again a 2016 case. And at that point in time, basically it said, while the evidence was sufficient to sustain Graves's conviction, we find an error in sentencing. The trial court purported to merge 2 felony murder counts with the malice murder count. The trial court then purported to merge 2 independent felonies, criminal attempt to commit armed robbery and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, with the 2 murder counts. And basically what they said in Graves was, no, you can't merge the felony murders into murder. You have to vacate them by operation of law. And once they're vacated by operation of law, that's going to leave you with the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and the criminal attempt to commit armed robbery. Therefore, the trial court is required to vacate that portion of its sentencing order purporting to merge the 2 independent felonies and impose proper sentences on those counts, which I then had to go ahead and do and resentenced Mr. Graves to the murder charge with those 2 particular felonies. So there are 2 cases right there that show that that is not the case, because they murdered Mr. Graves while attempting to rob him of his drugs while he was sitting in his El Camino in the parking lot of an apartment complex while being convicted felons. All of that took place at the exact same time. So therefore, Noel does not stand and has been overruled basically by Scott and Graves. So with regard specifically now to Greg McMichael, the idea that there was no vigilantism here because after they confronted people, after they took their guns to confront people, after they confronted those people with those guns, then they would call the police, is somehow a neighborhood watch situation. As Officer Rash testified, there's supposed to be witnesses. That's what neighborhood watch is there for. They're supposed to be great witnesses. Officer Rash said he thought Greg McMichael would be the best witness, being a prior law enforcement officer, that he'd be able to come in and take the stand and say what he saw. That's what neighborhood watch is supposed to be, not somebody running after people in a residential neighborhood where there are women and children and people out walking on a regular basis. This was a Sunday afternoon. It's a miracle they didn't run into families taking a walk that day. And on a random day, when the GBI went out with the drone videos and were just going through the neighborhood, they captured numerous people out taking a walk. A family with children were there. So the next point, that Greg McMichael has shown no remorse or empathy because he's unable to. Well, Greg McMichael was a law enforcement officer. But what he did on May 5th of 2020 was release evidence in an ongoing investigation into himself and to his son. Greg McMichael's the one who released the video to the media. He went to Mr. Bryan and said, hey, give me your phone, I'm going to take it to my lawyer, took it to his lawyer and had his lawyer release it publicly because he believed it was going to exonerate him.
Oh my God.
That's interference with administration of justice. Yes, we did not charge him with obstruction or anything like that. But the fact of the matter is this is someone who was in law enforcement for years and actually actively pursued evidence in a case against him to be released to the media because he believed that that video showed he and his son were not guilty of anything. That's 2 months afterwards. The state's position is he hasn't changed his mind. The state's position is he and his son still believe they didn't do anything wrong. And that is a lack of remorse or empathy. The idea that he did not intend the death of Ahmaud Arbery, once again, he's a law enforcement officer, got a gun, went running after somebody. The jury did find that he intended to commit false imprisonment, criminal attempt at false imprisonment, aggravated assault with that pickup truck, and aggravated assault with that shotgun. And we all know that felony murder has a foreseeability component to it. Ahmaud Arbery's death was foreseeable, and especially foreseeable to someone in law enforcement. The idea that they wanted to get to the bottom of what an unknown person was doing in some neighbor's house, a neighbor they didn't even know, goes back to our vigilantism. This whole idea that they were trying to help the neighborhood out has been an excuse from both Travis and Greg McMichael. Ms. Hogue got up here and said, this wasn't advancing the progression of the crime. And I apologize for this once again, Your Honor, but stop or I'll blow your fucking head off.
Uh-oh.
I think that really advances the progression of the crime. You're threatening to murder somebody. You're threatening to kill him if he does not stop. And referring back to the post records produced in the bond hearing, Greg McMichael was so not paying attention to his job as a law enforcement officer that he was not post-certified from January of 2006 through 2014. He was an investigator in the district attorney's office, and he let his post-certification lapse from 2006 to 2014, 8 years. I won't even go into what that could have meant to those cases that were prosecuted by the district attorney's office. He then lost the post-certification again in 2018, and Jackie Johnson had to make an accommodation and change his designation at his job just so he could keep his job through retirement. This attitude of I'm special and I'm above the law and the law doesn't apply to me and I can take my gun and I can run after people and confront the homeless guy under the bridge and then call the police later about it. That's vigilantism, and that is the main reason. The thoughtlessness, the remorselessness, the desire so to be special and protect himself and his family by taking evidence and releasing it publicly when he knows there's an ongoing investigation is the reason we are asking for life without the possibility of parole. And with regard then to Travis McMichael. There's a reason, Your Honor, you did not grant bond to Travis and Greg McMichael.
Right.
Mr. Rubin went back to all of those things listed in the bond hearing. The state will also direct the court to things the state presented in the bond hearing, including his text messages with all of his offensive racial animus and language. The jury did find that he had an abandoned and malignant heart. That's exactly what the jury found. They were given that he intentionally went ahead and did this, or the other level, abandoned and malignant heart. In addition, I will remind the court that there's an old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And it's great that they had such good intentions to protect the neighborhood. But the thoughtlessness, the lack of vision to know how this could go terribly, terribly wrong. And the fact of the matter is, Your Honor, it was a year and a half. February 23rd, 2020. November 2021, Travis came in here and testified. The state asks that you take into consideration his demeanor, his attitude. He said, this was the worst day of my life. Well, how'd that work out for Ahmaud Arbery? Not once did he show any empathy or ability to place himself in the position of Mr. Arbery on the stand. And yes, 4 minutes of conduct. Well, 4 minutes of conduct. Usain Bolt won 8 gold medals. When he runs those races, they're less than 2 minutes long. But the reason he's able to do that, the reason he is able to win, is because of 20 years of training that leads him to those 2 minutes. Those 4 minutes are a reflection and a result of an entire lifetime of Travis McMichael and his attitude, his demeanor, what he believes he's entitled to go ahead and go do. The same applies to Greg McMichael.
Wow.
That 4 minutes of conduct wasn't just 4 minutes of conduct. It was a culmination of vigilantism. We get to go ahead and play law enforcement even though we're not. And that we're going to go out and confront people. And we're going to take our guns to go do it.
Called LARPing.
Without any real understanding or consideration of the consequences. At this time, for Travis McMichael, these are the reasons that we are asking for life without the possibility of parole. Thank you, Your Honor.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. So tell me in chat, is anybody getting parole?
Argument and evidence presented, and I say that just to be clear on the record. There had been some discussion with counsel about evidence and the record. The court is going to leave the record open, as I understand it, for what's going to amount to a notice of filing and 2 affidavits, just in order to preserve arguments made during the trial on appeal. I'm going to take about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, and go through my notes, and then the court will pronounce sentence. We are in recess for 15 minutes.
Here we go, folks. This is going to be it. Let's update stream titles. Sentencing. Let's call it, I guess it's live now in some sense. I mean, I guess it already is the right title. I don't know. Wow. This is going to end in 15 minutes, and then we will all be able to say with certitude what it is that is taking place here. Thanks to people who have been with us all day. We are now into hour 5 is almost complete. This may go into hour 6 or not. I think I think he's going to be very quick in getting back here. I want to say thanks to Captain Smiles and Blueberry Babe for the Twitch Prime subscriptions, number 62 and 63. I really appreciate everybody's support. Let me see if I have any. Isaac says, David, were any of the defendants Antifa? Yeah, I mean, it's like it's almost the only thing that Kevin Guff didn't try, which was somehow invoking Antifa. Let's see if we have any voicemails related to the sentence. It doesn't look like it. Dan Kraut sends a $5 super chat. Let's listen.
Hi, David. This is Michael from Oregon. I'm calling just to point out the hypocrisy of people leaning into monoclonal antibody treatment when that was treatment developed by stem cell research, fetal stem cell research, and the people taking it are the same people who claim to be Christians and against things like.
Yeah, that's only one of about 4 different layers of hypocrisy when it comes to the monoclonal antibody stands. Here's another voicemail.
Hello, David Peckman and the David Peckman Show. My name is Jeff. I'm calling from Houston on the 7th. I'm calling in reference to January 7th. I'm calling in reference to your interview with Pillow, and I want to talk about his wall art. It pictures a silhouette of Jesus with the crown of thorns and a lion, right? So I want to point to the Republican marriage with that kind of religion, how it's been cultivated for decades and how it has metastasized, and nobody's called it out. The imagery used there, you know, these Republicans have never read the new.
Okay, I think I get the point. Yeah, Pillow is very much another one of these so-called Christians who seems to not actually be that Christian when you get down to it. I want to say thank you to Sapikangel and Tylus for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. Let's see. Some messages are coming in via Super Chat. Kevin says, can we get an amen for all the black pastors? Yeah, let's see. Let's actually find that moment. Kevin Guff, black pastors. This was a surreal moment.
Only moved for a mistrial under the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution, which parallel provisions of the Constitution.
Oh, wait a second. No, that wasn't it. Here it is.
Idea that we're going to be serially bringing these people in to sit with the victim's family one after another, obviously there's only so many pastors they can have. And if their pastor's Al Sharpton right now, that's fine, but then that's it. We don't want any more black pastors coming in here.
It's even more insane now, going back to what it was. Well, listen, it's all coming to a close in mere moments. If you're just joining us, we are at a critical moment. We have had a full day of hearings and aggravating circumstances and mitigating circumstances and rebuttals and legal motions. The judge has asked for 10 to 15 minutes, of which 5 to 10 remain, and then he is going to render sentence on the 3 individuals. So if you just see the next 20 minutes, these are the 20 minutes of the day to see. Whoa. Jason says the FBI was behind this, not Antifa. Get it right. Agents were everywhere. Yeah, or even the deep state, we could say. Okay, here's this. Sometimes I'm told PBS stays live in the room. Let's see if we can go over there. If we go to PBS Arbery. Let's see what we can find here. They're not live in the room either. It seems that everybody has sort of gone to this, but we are just moments from this. Maybe we'll stick here. Okay. Other super chats. In these cases, has the judge made up his mind already, or could the judge be swayed at this point in the proceedings? That's a great question for the lawyers in the audience. At this stage of the game, is there really something, if the judge was already thinking no parole, that could get him to do possibility of parole? I would love to hear from lawyers about that. Belinda sends a $5 super chat. Avi says he wants a shout out for his friend Michael, that it's Michael's birthday. Happy birthday, Michael. You didn't get me with that. But very nice attempt, Avi. You shot your shot. And unfortunately, sometimes it's an air ball. It does happen to all of us. Okay, we are continuing. And any moment we are getting these verdicts. It is just a matter of minutes at this point. I want to say a monster thank you to Tylus93 for gifting 20 subscriptions over on Twitch. I really appreciate that, Tylus. As we get close to the end of today's streaming day, I do want to remind everybody that we are doing a David Pakman Show chess tournament Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. You can join the chess club at davidpakman.com/chess. This is free. I'm not selling anything. It's just a community event to build goodwill and all of these different things. So that is Tuesday, January 11th at 6 p.m. I hope that you will play. Also, next Saturday, meaning 8 days from today, we will be live with what is expected to be some major announcement from the former President Donald Trump during a live rally in Arizona. DavidPakman.com/chess is the URL. DavidPakman.com/chess is the URL. Quite straightforward. If you're just joining us, you've missed hours of testimony and arguments, not testimony, arguments, but we are now within 5 or 10 minutes of the sentences. The judge is just looking over the arguments made today and is making a final decision about sentencing. It is within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So don't tune away now, because this is really the critical moment. We would love to have your support on our website, joinpakman.com. You can sign up. We have a coupon code OBAMNA. The origins of that coupon code are here. Wait, here it is. Whoa, hold on. Here's the origin.
Big trouble. Remember that. O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama amnesty.
So there it is. Those are the oranges of that quote.
Obama.
And you can. It's timeless in a way. It really is. And you can take advantage of the fact that that's funny by signing up at joinpakman.com. Graham, who's a defense attorney, answering the question about could a judge really be swayed at this point, or has the judge decided? Graham says, it depends on the judge. This judge seems reflective and thoughtful and has probably given this case due consideration. I would assume he had a good idea what he was going to do beforehand. Yeah, that's certainly sensible. Sensible in every sense. Hi, Gwill has subscribed via Twitch, and I really appreciate that. You're number 86 today. Very, very much a pleasure having you here. Yeah, a lot of people are confused. We're about to get the verdicts. We're about to get the verdicts. Isaac says, Pac-Man, sir. Hold on.
Sir.
I'm an MBA grad student, but I want to do what you do. What are your thoughts? Well, I got an MBA as well, so you're on the same path as me. Beyond that, I don't really know what else I can say, but I also was once an MBA student. Let's see, we got a couple voicemails maybe about the case.
Hey, sir, Pac-Man. I'd like to see if you might interview Representative Ayanna Pressley.
She's welcome anytime. Ayanna Pressley is welcome absolutely anytime she would like on the program. Without a doubt. Okay, some people are getting very, very angry in the chat. We did unfortunately have to ban what are probably dozens of people today. Let me see if anybody disagreed with the ban and has filed an appeal. No, doesn't look like it. Seems like they were all good bans, as we might call them. Inbred is a term that we have allowed now. That the term inbred was used a lot today. We've allowed the term inbred. Who else was banned? Yeah, so here's like an example of where like you're just gonna get banned, and one of our moderators handled this one within 2 minutes, and this person was banned. David Pac-Man, you absolute ape. David Pac-Man, you're a damn joke. You and your followers are all inbred. Y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of femboy crybabies. Y'all ain't nothing but almond breeze drinking apes. I bet y'all wear your mask while in the car alone. They were banned. And that was a really, really good ban. So they're staying banned. Inbred is allowed, but in that context, it's not. A lot of spammers too today. Just kind of sad. Sad that this is what people are wasting their time on. Isaac says, thanks, helps a ton. Elements of bathrooms.
Elements of bathrooms.
Yes, thank you, Isaac, very, very much. Nobody's missed anything. The judge asked for 15 minutes to go over his notes. That was 11 minutes ago. So we are very close. If you tune away now, you very much may miss the verdict. Lucian says, David, sir. Hold on, I've got a different sir.
Sir, I don't know.
David, sir, do you think Novak Djokovic should be able to play in the Australian Open, although not vaccinated? Love your content. Listen, at this point, it's not clear that vaccination slows the spread of Omicron greater than a little bit. It prevents serious illness, and for that, everybody should get vaccinated. It is not for me to say what Australia's rules should be. It is known that these are Australia's rules. So the idea now, oh my goodness, they're not letting me in. These have been Australia's rules for a long time. Not a surprise. Just Dinny says, hang 'em high. Mecca says, I enjoy a good selection of meats and cheeses in bread and toasted. Swami Live says, David, sir, can you please play Elements of Water? Do I have that one? Hold on, let me see. Is it this one?
Surrounded by water, big water, ocean
No, that's
water.
not it. Was it this?
One of the wettest we've ever seen from the standpoint of water.
I don't know that I have Elements of Water. That's the closest I've got. Thanks to P. Ford. P. Ford has grabbed a Twitch Prime subscription, which is extremely exciting. Logan. Okay. We're going to get away from that. You almost got me there, Logan, but we're not going for it. Oh man, that is we're just not going to do it. Yeah, sir, your wife is up in the air is one of the best clips.
Sir, your wife is up in the air.
Yep. Without a doubt. Okay. Let's see what else we've got here. voicemail.
Hi, David. This is Ryan from Baltimore, a long-time listener. I just want to hear your opinions on kind of the decline of Joe Rogan, especially his anti-vax stances, and kind of the attack on media outlets like CNN who, covered it well that he was promoting kind of a drug that wasn't effective in treating COVID, even though it improved his condition improved, but not related to that drug. Just wanted to hear your thoughts about it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you take 6 different treatments for something that most people recover from in a week anyway, it's impossible to point to any one aspect of that and say, this is why I recovered. I mean, in terms of the audience thing, Rogan's audience has dramatically declined since the move to Spotify, but he went to Spotify, I would imagine, for the money, not for the audience. It was clear that taking away the full episodes from the YouTubes was going to have that effect. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what it is. I don't know that I have too many other thoughts on it other than, I've issued individual critiques of things Joe Rogan has said on a case-by-case basis. And that's basically it. All right. We are now, I think, 15 minutes from when the judge asked for 15 minutes. Yes, we are. So any second, we should be back in and on the record. Cyrus Palmer said, Sir David, I don't know what I'm doing. Kendall says, I had that conversation with my sister I talked to you about Wednesday. It went well. She says she'll be respectful with her whenever they meet. Oh, yeah. Kendall called into the show the other day and said, I have a sister and I have a friend. The friend's conservative. My sister's liberal. My sister said, don't hang around with the friend. And I said, listen, I would just go to your sister and say, please be respectful. This is a friend of mine. We just have some political disagreements. Let's be reasonable. Thanks to Stanley Minerick for the Patreon pledge. Patreon counts double today, which puts us at 89. The Dustin Briggs says, David, sir, what about making your soundboard available for purchase and download? Could succeed big league. Massive dumps of downloads.
Dumps.
Yeah, I don't know how I would make my soundboard available for download. If somebody wants to email info@davidpakman.com with some ideas, I'm open to sharing the soundboard. I just don't know exactly what that would mean necessarily. Let's see here. Other voicemails that have come in. Hello from Alaska. This Socialist Democrat veteran salutes you. Beautiful. See what else we've got here.
Hey, it's me, Joshua Breedlove. I just have been a long-time follower. I wanted to know what you personally, David Pakman, has thought about the Trevor Noah statues that they have put up for the Donald Trump insurrection.
I don't know a thing about it, unfortunately. I wouldn't be able to comment, unfortunately. Haven't heard of it. Just Dinny says person, woman, man, camera, TV. Very well said.
Hi there, David. Sorry to bother you again. This is Dustin Brosh. I was the one who chimed in at the end of your segment today. I just wanted everyone to just step back for a moment. Just watch just step back and observe your own video that you put out to everyone.
Oh, okay. It's very, very hard to understand. Dion says, David, let you know why you didn't post my last super chats. Thanks. Keep up the good work. I'm trying to keep up with everything. When we are in session with the trial, typically I'm not going through super chats at that point in time. Let's see what else we've got here.
According to Farron Cousins' Ring of Fire, the mega hat burning started in 2017.
Okay. Very, very important statement from Farron. I would never doubt Farron.
Hello, David. This is John from D.C. I just wanted to speak about something real quick. Marjorie Taylor Greene is bragging about, her fines building up for not wearing a mask in the Capitol. And, that's supposed to be some sort of punishment, but really the message I feel like that's sending is that she gets to pay to do whatever she wants. If she pays the fine, he doesn't have to ignore any laws or rules. And what a horrible example to set. If that's the rule, why did they even let her in the building?
Right. I mean, I think there are bigger issues with Marjorie Taylor. Shockingly, her not wearing a mask isn't even the biggest issue. Let's see what else we've got here. We do have a new voicemail from Whitney.
Okay, so I was just on knowing with the eye, the an eye function. I put an infinity symbol instead, and I sent this to you in an email. And it's like that movie Limitless, where it's like little calculations that like add up, and to like a general feeling of that adds up to like some feeling of value.
Man, I don't know what Whitney's talking about.
David, sir, you're sending out like strong boomer energy on this kids menu stuff, man.
And we are back. It is time for sentencing in this trial. It is time for sentencing in the trial. The judge is back and will render sentences. Stand by.
All right. The way the court's going to address this, I'm going to make a few remarks and then address each one of the defendants with regard to sentencing. And the remarks are intended to be general, but also taken into consideration in the individual sentencing portion of the court's statement. So that's how we intend to proceed. So the court has heard the evidence in the case, has accepted the jury's verdict, listened to the presentations here today in aggravation and mitigation, and candidly have spent a lot of time thinking about this. This is a case that has taken a lot of time and energy on a lot of people's parts, and has been a case of note, not just in this community, but really in a lot of communities. But what we're here today to determine is what an appropriate sentence is, quite separate from the notoriety of the case and any other outside influence that may exist. And so the court is going to be very careful in explaining that the court has considered just the evidence and what is appropriate under the circumstances of this case to consider in the Superior Court. So that all being said, let me start with this statement. As we all now know, based upon the verdict that was rendered in this court in November, Ahmaud Arbery was murdered. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy on many, many levels. On February 23rd of 2020, almost 2 years ago, a resident of Glynn County, a graduate of Brunswick High, a son, a brother, a young man with dreams, was gunned down in this community. As we understand it, he left his home apparently to go for a run, and he ended up running for his life. He entered the English home at approximately 1:04 p.m. and left that home at about 1:08 on that day. At 1:14, Greg McMichael calls 911 to let them know that there's a black male running down the street. And within moments, Ahmaud Arbery is shot and killed. The three men that are now before this court chased him in a residential neighborhood for at least 5 minutes in pickup trucks, armed with a shotgun and a .357 revolver. The state mentioned this today about the time period, but I do want to put that time period in context. And the only way I could think to do so may be a little theatrical, but I think it's appropriate. I want us to all get a concept of time. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit silently for 1 minute.
Uh-oh.
And that 1 minute represents a fraction of the time that Ahmaud Arbery was running in Satilla Shores.
This is the sentencing, guys. The judge is in the middle of a statement. This all day has been building to this. So this is, if you just want to see the sentence, it's about to be read very, very soon. Continued confusion in the chat. We're in sentencing. It's going to be about, 5 or 10 minutes would be my guess.
That's approximately a minute. Again, the chase that occurred in Satilla Shores occurred over about a 5-minute period. And when I thought about this, I thought from a lot of different angles, and I kept coming back to the terror that must have been in the mind of the young man running through Satilla Shores. The jury heard the evidence and returned a verdict. And what a difficult job they had under the circumstances. Without any comment on the verdict itself, I think all counsel will agree and accept that this was a very difficult case to even get a jury impaneled on. And there are issues out there with regard to the jury that were brought up in the press and elsewhere. But I want to give credit to those members of the panel, not because of their verdict, just because of the fact that they were willing to go through the process that they went through with the state, with the defense, and with this court. We're here today to sentence the defendants. In discharging the duty, this court is required to consider all mitigating and aggravating circumstances. The court has considered those circumstances, including but not limited to all aspects of the crimes charged, the past criminal record or lack thereof of the defendants. I've also considered any lawful evidence which tends to show the motive of the defendants, their lack of remorse, their general moral character, and any predisposition to commit other crimes. Now, I think in this case, the record speaks for itself, and the defendant's own words, I think, guide this court with regard to sentencing. Went back through my notes and other resources to pull some of the quotes that we have in this case. I'll start with Greg McMichael. In my opinion, Greg McMichael, very early on in this, tried to establish a narrative. He made comments like, Ahmaud Arbery was trapped like a rat. Stop or I'll blow your, and I won't repeat it again, head off. He effectively admitted that he wasn't sure what Ahmaud Arbery had done wrong. Quote, I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out there, or if he did, it was early in the process. But he keeps going back over and over again into this damn house. Getting back to the narrative. Told Travis, you have no choice. Told another individual at the scene, this guy ain't no shuffler. This guy's an asshole.
This is not looking good for them.
Commented that he wanted him, Ahmaud Arbery, to know that we weren't playing. If I could have gotten a shot at the guy, I would have shot him. Travis McMichael claims he was in shock. But it's interesting because he talks about his concern for his child and his own well-being. Part of this was while the victim was actually laying there in the street. Commented, this is the worst day of my life. Well, I think it's been touched on here today. There were other individuals that were impacted. I'll look at the video of this incident. When I say the video, I think everybody knows what we're talking about, but there was one part of it that struck me as absolutely chilling, and that is, I believe it's in the enhanced video provided by the GBI. There's a frame where I believe Ahmaud Arbery, it looks to be, if he's 20 yards out, that may be close, 30 yards out. And it's the frame of Travis McMichael lifting the shotgun to fire at Ahmaud Arbery. And you watch that, with context. And when I say context, after hearing the evidence in this case, again, thinking about a young man that had been running at that point for almost 5 minutes, and it is a chilling, truly disturbing scene. And we got there because Travis McMichael's father saw Ahmaud Arbery hauling down the street and calls out, "Let's go." At that point, Travis McMichael, despite whatever may have been going on in his life at that time, with regard to family or otherwise, just goes, grabs a shotgun and goes because he assumes that it is the right thing to do. Ahmaud Arbery was then hunted down and shot. And he was killed because individuals here in this courtroom took the law into their own hands. Mr. Bryan, he joined in after calling out to the McMichaels. Y'all got him? Claimed he didn't know what was going on, but obviously wanted to know if this individual who was running through the neighborhood, who he didn't know, had been caught in some way. Said, quote, "I figured he'd done something wrong, but I didn't know for sure." All right, that wasn't actually the quote. Those quotes are two separate quotes. Didn't know for sure. "I thought he would get away." And this is the part that is disturbing to me with Roddy Bryan. If the guy would have stopped, this would have never happened. All of these quotes give context, I think, to the video that we saw during the case. And Miss Wanda Cooper-Jones this morning made a statement that I think, when you look at these statements and you see the videos, is very true. And that is, she said, when they could not scare or intimidate him, they killed him. There's been discussion about remorse. And I agree with counsel that it is dangerous for defendants who have multiple prosecutions against them to make statements of remorse. But remorse isn't something that is simply a statement of regret. Remorse, I think, can be determined by looking at somebody's reaction to difficult circumstances and the reality of the situation that they're in. Again, it doesn't require an apology, and quite honestly, sometimes apologies are made simply to get past problems. Remorse is something that's felt and demonstrated. In this case, getting back to the video, again, after Ahmaud Arbery fell, the McMichaels turned their backs. It's, again, a disturbing image, and they walked away. This was a killing. It was callous, and it occurred, as far as the court is concerned, based upon the evidence, because confrontation was being sought. I think the statement was made during closing arguments. It's interesting to note that the most violent crime in Satilla Shores was the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. So, sentencing does not generally provide closure. I think Ms. Wanda Cooper-Jones also talked about closure, but I don't find that it really does, and I think that's an unfortunate thing. Because in this case, I think many people are seeking closure. The mother, the father, the community, and maybe even parts of the nation. But closure is hard to define and is a granular concept. It's seen differently by all depending on their perspective and the prism of your lives. Instead of closure, maybe we best see today's proceeding as an exercise in accountability. We are all accountable for our own actions. Sometimes, in today's day and age, that statement is lost upon many. And today, the defendants are being held accountable for their actions here in Superior Court. Today demonstrates that everybody is accountable to the rule of law. Taking the law into your own hands is a dangerous endeavor. I'm not sure how this comes across. I'll say it anyway. I think ultimately, with regard to the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, it holds us all accountable. I've read somewhere, and I don't remember where it was, that at a minimum, Ahmaud Arbery's death should force us to consider expanding our definition of what a neighbor may be and how we treat them. I argue that maybe a neighbor is more than the people who just own property around your house. I also believe that in assuming the worst in others, we show our worst character. Assuming the best in others is always the best course of action. And maybe those are the grand lessons from this case. I will let others spend as much time as they want writing about it and talking about it. But those are my general thoughts with regard to this case and sentencing. That said, with regard to the sentence in this case, as to Travis McMichael, Mr. McMichael, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, life without the possibility of parole.
There it is.
Count 2, felony murder, is vacated by operation of law. Count 3, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 4, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 5, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 6, aggravated assault, merges into count 1. Count 7, aggravated assault. The court sentences the defendant to 20 years consecutive to count 1.
Wow.
Count 8, false imprisonment, merges into count 1. Count 9, attempted false imprisonment, 5 years concurrent to count 7.
Okay.
That is life plus 20. Greg McMichael, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, defendant was found not guilty. Count 2, felony murder, life without the possibility of parole.
Wow.
Count 3, felony murder, vacated. When I say vacated, it's vacated by operation of law in all cases. I'm not going to repeat it. Count 4, vacated. Count 5, vacated. Count 6 merges into count 2. Count 7, aggravated assault, 20 years consecutive to count 2. Count 8, 10 years concurrent to count 7. Count 9, 5 years concurrent to count 7. That is life plus 20 years.
Wow.
Roddy Bryan, I do want to separate a little bit because the state is making a different recommendation. And despite the back and forth that Mr. Goff and I had during this case, I do want to point out a couple things that he raised that I think are appropriate to raise with regard to the sentence. As far as the remorse, I think Roddy Bryan stands in very different shoes. It is obvious from the beginning that he questioned the tragedy that had occurred at the scene and was on, I believe, I can't remember whose body cam, but the body cam, in fact, questioning whether or not what had occurred, and then took steps early on in this process, I think, that demonstrated that he had grave concerns that what had occurred should not have occurred. And I think that does make Mr. Bryan's situation a little bit different. However, Mr. Bryan has been convicted of felony murder. And I do not believe it can be disputed based on the facts of this case that the verdict was an appropriate verdict based upon the evidence presented, at least. And when I say appropriate, what I mean is legal. Because I believe there's been some discussion about some differences between Mr. Bryan and the McMichaels. There may be some differences, but it does not change the fact that was it not for the fact that Mr. Bryan used his vehicle in a way to impede Mr. Arbery's course of travel, this may not have ever occurred, and that is sufficient for felony murder. He did cooperate with law enforcement. I will point out Mr. Goff, 1710(1)B, there's actually a case out of Chatham County that says it would not apply under the circumstances of this case. So the court recognizing that Mr. Bryan's position is different. Again, Mr. Bryan was found not guilty on count 1 and count 2. The court sentences Mr. Bryan to life with the possibility of parole on count 3. Count 4 is vacated. Count 5 is vacated. Count 6, the defendant was found not guilty. Count 7 merges into count 3. The defendant is sentenced to 10 years consecutive to count 3 on count 8 and 5 years concurrent with count 8. Both of those counts, though, will be suspended sentences, which gives Mr. Bryan a life with the possibility of parole sentence. Those are the sentences, the court having pronounced sentence. First, with regard to Travis McMichael. Mr. McMichael, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury, and if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia for review. You are also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. And just to be clear on the record, I'm going to go through the statement with regard to each defendant. So as to Gregory McMichael, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury. And if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. You are also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. And then finally, Mr. Bryan, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the jury, and if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You are also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia for review. You are also advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. I don't have a blue or black pen. Is there a blue or black pen down there? Thank you. The court has executed the statement of appeal for Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, and William R. Bryan. If I could please have counsel and the defendants execute the statements of appeal to confirm they've been given, or the notice has been given.
We'll summarize in a moment. Very, very serious sentences. So the father and son, the McMichaels, life without parole, followed consecutively by 20 years. In practice, I believe the way it works is even if somehow the life without parole is vacated, they've still got the 20 years. And Roddy Bryan given life with parole, plus a suspended sentence of 15 years. I imagine they will not be together hanging out in prison. That's my understanding.
Anything further from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would ask for a condition imposed along with this sentence, and that is this, that the defendants are not allowed to make any money off of their actions, such as a book deal, a movie deal, social media deal, or anything along any way, shape, or form, make any money off of this experience, this conviction, and this trial.
Wow.
And that should any money be made, that it go into a fund for the Arbery family. And I've had this condition imposed before, and given the nature of this case, we just seek to make sure that
Nobody
based on
gets
their
any
actions,
ideas.
having been found guilty of murder, that they do not then reap some sort of profit or benefit off of their actions via such remuneration to or from anyone in the form of, like I said, book deals, movie deals, consulting fees, or telling their story to someone in exchange for money.
There was a statute on this, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's not a SAM statute in other states. I'm not aware of Georgia's. If there is, I assume cite it.
Well, yeah, let's do this. Submit something more formal to the court. I'll go ahead and take a look at it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge, well, when the court does that, my only concern is how that would impact Mr. Ryan's ability to raise money for his defense, for his appeal. I wouldn't want to be in a situation where he couldn't do that inadvertently because of a sentencing condition.
Yeah, no, I understand the request, but I don't want to just offhandedly grant the request without understanding exactly what the terms are that the court is seeking. So I'd like something in writing from the state explaining what exactly the terms are that the state would be seeking with regard to the condition. And then I guess address that once that's come in more formally with defense counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryant?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.
And there ends at least the first case related to the murder, and we do call it that now, the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. And they have cut the feed here. Wow. Life without the possibility of parole for both Travis and Gregory McMichael. Life with the possibility of parole for Roddy Bryan almost certainly will be appealed. I want to thank everybody who joined me today. That is going to end our coverage of this today. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube or following on Twitch so that when we cover future trials, events, etc., you will be notified and we will be live again early next week. I will see everybody very, very soon.